Welcome to Conflicting Relations. I am Eriola Pira, Curator and Director of Programs at the Vera List Center for Art and Politics, and it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all this morning to the new school. This program is being live streamed, so warm welcome to all of you joining us online, near and far. And because for some of you, this might be your very first Vera List Center program, and we're one of three presenting programs, three presenting organizations for today's program, I want to introduce our organization, partners, and speak a bit about our relations and the topic du jour, hospitality. The Vera List Center for Art and Politics is a nonprofit research center working at the intersection of art and politics. Through our dynamic interdisciplinary programs, artist fellowships, residencies, exhibitions, publications, and convenings like today, the VLC imagines and supports new forms of politically engaged art, research, public scholarship, community around the world. We're nested at the New School, our academic home, but one relationship that frames and conditions our many relations, but our independently funded organization, which means that we're actively fundraising and in relationship with private foundations, state entities, and individuals who support and sustain our work, including you, our public. That is to say that we're accountable to many, and in turn, recognize that many more count on us. All of our events are free of charge and recorded and made available on our website. Our online events feature American Sign Language interpretation, and today's event, a live captioner. Thank you so much to Brooke Silvas from Archive Captioning for being with us today. A huge thanks to Culture Hub for recording and live stream support, and to the AV team at the New School. Much of what we do happens with others, and it often starts with mutual interest and respect. And from there, it leads to conversations and doing things together, as is the case with Frame, our partner for this program. We've been following their Rehearsing Hospitalities program throughout our 2020-2022 Ask for Protocols, and this common interest in protocols of gathering, host and guest dynamics, led to a joint initiative along with the Finnish Cultural Institute in New York, the Sámi Fellowship at the Vera List Center. Launched this past October under our new focus theme, Correction, this initiative pairs the distinct institutional resources of our three institutions to support research and commission a new project by a Sámi artist. For us at the Vera List Center, the Sámi Fellowship is an extension of our Borderlands Fellowship, a joint initiative with the Center for Imagination in the Borderlands at Arizona State University, which focuses on the relevance of place, reflecting on questions of borderlands through an Indigenous lens. With the Sámi Fellowship, this focus now includes the Sámi perspective and experience, and we're thrilled that Matti Aikio is our fellow and joins us today, among other Indigenous artists and speakers, some of whom are long-term collaborators and contributors to Vera List Center programs. In the lead up to this program, I've been thinking a lot about hospitality and that often repeated phrase when offering a land acknowledgement at events like this. I am a guest on this land. The land in question is Lenape. It is unceded land of Indigenous peoples, among them the Lenape. Guest implies a relationship with a host, which due to the legacies of an ongoing violence of displacement, migration, and settlement, I do not have with the Lenape community beyond this acknowledgement. I ask you to join me in acknowledging the Lenape community, their elders, both past and present, as well as future generations. The New School and the VLC also acknowledge that it was founded upon exclusion and erasures of many Indigenous peoples, including those on whose lands this auditorium is located. This acknowledgement is not acceptance or resignation to settler colonialism's histories and its enduring structures, but a means of building relationships towards Indigenous sovereignty here and elsewhere. Today is March 11th. On this day, in 1824, the US War Department created the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Seneca Indian L.E. Parker became the first Native American to lead the Bureau in 1869. The Bureau of Indian Affairs is one of the oldest federal agencies in the US, with roots tracing back to the Committee of Indian Affairs established by Congress in 1775. Reflecting the US government's prevailing policy of forced assimilation of Native peoples and the annexation of their lands, it has overseen trade and policy relations with various Indigenous peoples and tribal governments. Its policies have been continuously revisited and opposed And in 1972, a group of over 500 Native Americans with the American Indian Movement occupied BIA headquarters in Washington, D.C., the culmination of their Trail of Broken Treaties cross-country march. I offer this mini history lesson as an example not only of the history of dispossession, assimilation, and violation of rights, something that only as an adult I've truly become aware of, but also of Indigenous resistance and resilience. With that, I want to turn our attention to artists and to our guests today, who will no doubt speak to their histories and future pathways for building relationships towards Indigenous sovereignty through their work as artists, curators, and activists. Our first session this morning pairs curators and artists with whom they've been in what I've lovingly called committed relationships, to consider hospitality and what it looks like when led by artists, Indigenous artists specifically, and how institutions self-correct to be in good relations with artists, with the land, and local communities. Our second half of the day pairs Matti Aikio in conversation with Anishinaabe curator Wanda Nanibush, and they'll speak on the so-called neo-lap movement in Finland and settler colonial attempts at claiming Indigenous identity. Today, you are all our guests, and we invite you to stay with us for a while, to really spend your day with us and to be in community. We value your time, attention, and efforts that you've all made to be here today. I hear the trains are a mess this morning. We will provide vegan lunch at around 1:30 and light snacks and refreshment at 4 p.m. for all in-person attendees. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Yvonne Billimore to introduce Rehearsing Hospitalities, the umbrella program for today's event, and to introduce our first two speakers. Yvonne is an artist and curator whose work facilitates situations for collective learning, exchange, and experiences with attention to intersection, feminist, and ecological practices. All other bios for our speakers are found in your program and will soon be making their way into the chat. Thank you, Yvonne.
Hello. Yes, in this maybe muddied role of both a guest and a host, I'd like to start by welcoming you all, but also acknowledging my thanks for being here. My name's Yvonne Billimore, and I'm the Associate Curator at Frame Contemporary Art Finland, which is an independent foundation funded by the Ministry of Culture, plus various other private foundations and public funding bodies. Frame is an advocate for Finnish and Finland-based contemporary art. It supports international initiatives, facilitates professional partnerships, and encourages critical development of the field through grants, an international visitor program, and curator residencies, seminars and talks, exhibition collaborations, and network platforms. Frame also coordinates Finland's participation in the Venice Biennale. So I specifically work on Rehearsing Hospitalities, which is Frame's public programme for 2019 to 2023, with my colleague Jussi Koitela, who's over here and we'll hear from later today. This programme consists of different forms of offline and online events, such as talks and performances, gatherings, readings and podcasts, and uses hospitality as a subject, a framework and a practice to explore different questions, relations and power structures, such as those connected to knowledge and ways of knowing, access and accessibility, safety, security and care, redistribution and decentralized organizing. The emergent point of Rehearsing Hospitalities began in seeing hospitality as a core practice within the arts, particularly within an organization such as Frame, where the aim is to create and foster international connections and networks. But over the 5 years, we've been working with a range of practitioners to complicate matters of hospitality rather than reduce them. Hence this emphasis on hospitalities, plural. So hospitality or hospitalities has been our red thread from which to explore complex relations, interdependencies, ways of being and becoming radically hospitable. With others and through collaborations, we've been using the project to rehearse hospitality otherwise, to think and to do hospitality differently, to relate, collaborate, coexist and inhabit the world differently. To quote Jenny Latty and Florian Carl, who contributed to our last publication, Rehearsing Hospitalities Companion 4, which is, there's one copy on the desk at the back, but they're also available online, open access. They write that changing how we organize communities is not abstract. It is as concrete as it gets. It is about who we involve, the materials we employ, and the encoded power structures. People can also scrap institutions, compost structures, and sow the seeds for different futures altogether. End of quote. Rehearsing Hospitalities has also served as a framework for institutional and cultural critique by revealing some of its more hostile and oppressive dimensions, and how these have been used to establish systems, practices, and ideologies of inequality. And so we have also been using it as frame to rethink and reenact our daily practices and policies. Throughout Rehearsing Hospitalities, fostering and existing collaborations has been core to how we explore diverse formations of hospitality with others. Building on relationships cultivated over the last 4 years, this final year that we're in now co-hosts a series of activities, of which this event and this collaboration and the Sámi Fellowship Programme is one. In this year, we return some of the central threads explored in the last years, presenting practices that correspond with these matters while bringing different perspectives and turning in new directions. As mentioned in the description of this event, since the inception of Rehearsing Hospitalities in 2019, Indigenous perspectives on matters of hospitality have been critical to the programme and the dialogues it fosters. In working within the context of Finland, it has been essential to acknowledge and to visibilise the various forms of social, cultural and political inhospitality, as well as direct hostility that Sámi peoples experience, including but not limited to access or lack thereof to Sámi languages, culture, education and land, which are largely determined through the nation states of Norway, Sweden, Finland and Russia, which occupy Sápmi, the territory of the Sámi people. To speak of just a few examples recently, in February this year, and for the third consecutive time, the Finnish government failed to pass a legislation that would have clarified legal rights for the Indigenous Sámi and their right to self-governance. To quote Aslak Holmberg, the president of the Sámi Council, who we have also worked with in the programme, he says that this is very much a continuation of colonial policy and the assimilation policy, but now targeting our very own representative institution. End of quote. On the Norwegian side of Sápmi, where our first speakers, Karoline Trollvik and Elina Waage Mikalsen, join us from, over 500 days have passed since the Supreme Court in Norway acknowledged that there have been human rights violations towards Sámi reindeer herders due to the 151 wind turbines that have been erected in their reindeer winter pastures. Since then, the state have done nothing. And in the last weeks, this has provoked a large-scale demonstration with protesters insisting that green energy should not come at the expense of Indigenous rights. This conflict between Indigenous rights, culture and ecological practices and those of the nation state under the guise of green energy, of course, speaks to today's event, conflicting relations. And so it's with great pleasure that we begin this programme with a video contribution from Karoline Trollvik and Elina Waage Mikalsen, who join us from the Norwegian side of Sámi.
Hello and welcome to this show by Elina and Karoline. Mun namn Elina Waage Mikalsen. My name is Elina Waage Mikalsen and I am from Tromsø in the northernmost part of Norwegian side of Sápmi. I currently live in Oslo and I am a coastal Sámi artist and also work with music and I work within sound, performance, installations, textile, video, a broad spectrum of mediums, often about our oral histories, storytelling, the holes in our history due to the assimilation process from the Norwegian state, and also the relationship between what we can see and what is invisible but still there. Currently I'm artist in residence for 2 years at Borealis Festival for Experimental Music in Bergen, Norway, where I will be researching into Sámi experimental music and sound practices, and also listening, and also making a commissioned work. Yeah, that's me.
Hello, Boris. Mun namn Karoline Trollvik. I'm Karoline Trollvik. I am from Gathuo, from a coastal Sámi community in the west-north part of Sápmi, on Norwegian side. My mom is a coastal Sámi from Gathuo, and my dad is Norwegian from the southwest coast of Norway, in an area called Hardanger. But I was born and raised in the northwest of Sápmi. Yes, I started my work life as artistic director of Rehearsing Festival, which is an international indigenous festival in Gathuo, and one of the few international indigenous festivals for indigenous arts and cultures in the world. I worked there from 2014 to 2018, and after that I had a position as museum director of Variat Sámi Musea on the east-north coast of Sápmi on the Norwegian side. And in 2020 I moved to Oslo, and I started in the position as head of communications and external relations here at OKA. Yes.
And today we are talking about rehearsing hospitalities, conflicting relations.
Yes, we are very happy to be joining you virtually here from Oslo. And also sorry that we can't be there in person because it looks like an amazing program. but we'll share a little bit about our experience, and hopefully that will be interesting in the wider context of your gathering today.
Mm. So how long have you known each other?
Many years.
Yeah.
Yes. And we've had many conversations throughout those years. But I think our first professional collaboration was in 2015, when I was director of Gathuo and you were the Young Artist of the Year.
Yes.
So yeah, in the peak or beginning of our professional lives, in a sense.
Yeah. I was in the first year in art school.
Yeah.
And first time also working professionally with a festival that I grew up on, and spent a lot of time in my childhood and youth being every summer there, and yeah.
Yeah, and also maybe that's important context for us as individuals, or some individuals as well, that we both grew up with the Gathuo festival that is turning 32 this year. So we sort of had this very important Sámi institution in our lives from very early on, that was Sámi-led and also presented the Sámi artists and Indigenous artists from around the world. So I feel that we both had the privilege of growing up with this Indigenous awareness and also knowledge pool in terms of our culture, but also the global Indigenous movement in a way.
And I think actually Gathuo Festival is the only Sámi-led institution I have worked with. Somehow I have so far in my artist career worked a lot with majority institutions here in Norway. Yeah, but a lot sometimes with curators and people who know quite a lot about Sámi culture from their position, but also a lot with people not knowing anything at all. But it's good to have Gathuo in the back as something in the core.
Yes, and also a place to return to every summer when we can, to also feel like you're the majority, because I think that's a special case and an important feeling as a Sámi and a minority, that you have an arena where you are in the majority, because that's something rare.
And how would you say, from your experience working with Gathuo and then the Variat Museum, and then now in Oka, which is kind of a majority institution. What is your experience with working with both?
Yes, I think that I feel that I was very lucky that my first job or position was in a Sámi institution, but also in a core Sámi area, where both in collaborations but also within the team, a lot of things were not necessary to explain, because we had this general foundation of knowledge, both historical knowledge but also kind of practical knowledge about how we deal with things, and also how we were raised to deal with things. That I think shaped me quite a bit. And then the position in Variat was was nice. It was a temporary position, but it also gave me perspective from another coastal Sámi area. So I think having an understanding of Sápmi as this unified thing where we all come together and we fight each other's causes and we relate to each other as kin, but also understanding that there are individual stories and trajectories within Sápmi was really good, but also to feel this special connection because it was a coastal Sámi community so for me it was actually also really important for me to gain more knowledge about our shared coastal Sámi history. But yeah, then in 2020 I moved to Oslo, and I think it was it's evident that it is different when you're also very much the minority within your workspace. Although at the time, of course, as many of you probably know, Ukka has worked with Sámi artists and Sámi programming for a long time, and there was a lot of knowledge in that sense, a lot of knowledge in terms of Sámi art history and artists, and Ukka had done a lot of work in creating awareness within the art community as well of the Sámi presence in our national art history. But I think that it is always different when you're the only sort of representative, and I think this is a shared experience for all Indigenous peoples and minorities who've been a double minority within a workspace. But I think, coming into Ukka at that time and trying to catch up with what had been done and what was happening, we were already then working very much with the Sámi Pavilion, and I think you quickly get a kind of position as some sort of negotiator as well, and trying to figure out how to maneuver the Sámi point of view and the world view and the bureaucratic structural one. Yeah, but that's a question I would like to pose back to you actually as well, because you have much more experience working with majority or national institutions, and you must have I'm curious to also hear how you've experienced this role as educator in a sense, which is very often educator or advisor or representative.
Yeah. Of course, it spans from my experience spans from the really tiring ones where you start at the basics and you feel like. But I often felt like, okay, I'm the only Sámi person in this art school, museum, this project, and for me to be able to discuss and talk about the topics that I care about, the people around me need to have this basic knowledge. So, of course, for me, as a way to enable myself to have those conversations, I have been educating those around me a lot. I feel like now, as this Artist in Residence project together with the Borealis Festival, it is different, and that's also why I said yes to be Artist in Residence at Borealis Festival, because they have this way of incorporating the artists that they work with also in their system. It is making systemic changes within the organization. So working in the past with this queer musician, they of course made these changes, like they made gender-neutral toilet and started introducing pronouns and these kind of things that might seem small but still makes a difference for another queer person entering that organization. And for me as a Sámi, I have had different workshops with the crew, the staff, the people, talking. We have had reading the introduction of the Hungry Listening by Dylan Robinson, that talks a lot about art, music and art, and how this, the different layers of that. And I really, we also talked about how does this become more than just a representative? How does the knowledge that we make during this project stay within the organization, even when people who work in there now leaves? And how does it become more than just representing, but actually incorporating ways of working, thinking, curating in new artists, enabling a field, the Sámi experimental music or sound practices, which doesn't really have that much of a space today. How to enable that field to grow, and to that this project can be the ground for that to grow, and so it feels very different, and they had since the beginning been very interested in how to work together on this, on more than just a representative way. Yeah.
And you were also an artist at Borealis last year, right? Also, you played the festival as an invited artist, and then you were invited in for the guest.
Yeah, last year I had the sound work playing, but I didn't play myself. But yeah.
So I mean, I guess it's also interesting to see how your experience of working with Borealis also changes in the way you're kind of creating this structural change for other artists, Sámi artists in the future as well.
But important to mention is also that I'm not there. I admit I'm there to. There is a level of educating. But still, I have been quite clear that they need to educate themselves.
Yes.
I want to be able to take our discussions about listening, about sound waves further than just talking about the basics all the time, because the people around you don't know about, for example, yoik, which is our traditional vocal practice.
I think this is a big challenge in general, the lack of knowledge. And that's also something that we've worked with a lot in both the Sámi institutions, but also here in Oka, like trying to think of how you can give the audience or the journalist this foundational information or context or knowledge, so that the artists don't have to explain from the beginning, that they don't have to do the general introduction, which actually takes time away from what they're actually there to talk about, which is their art, and how that art relates to ongoing issues. But that needs to happen on a more structural level as well, I think, and that's something that's been talked about a lot here in Norway at the moment, because we are currently waiting for the report of the first Truth and Reconciliation Commission on the Norwegian side of Sápmi. There are parallel commissions ongoing on Swedish and Finnish side. and that's released on 6th of June. And in saying that, I also feel, or I think we feel, that it's important to address the current and the past week's events here in Oslo, which makes it very evident that to reach reconciliation, there is a lot of structural things and also acknowledgement from the state that needs to happen.
So just a short summary of the last week is that there has been 512 days since the court said that the human rights had been violated for the reindeer herding Samis in Fosen because of the windmills that have been put up in the reindeers'
pastures, the reindeer, the winter pastures.
Yeah. And since that the court said that, it's the state have done nothing. So last week, or in the beginning of the week before that, or end of the week before that, 13 human rights fighters occupied the lobby of the Oil and Energy Department here in Oslo, and it since grew into a huge demonstration blockading a lot of the departments here in Oslo, and
reached media eventually.
National media got along, and also I think in total an awareness rising in the majority society. I feel,
and also an awareness for that particular case, because I think a lot of people within Norway weren't aware of this Supreme Court verdict that stated that it was human rights violations. And so I know that a lot of people became aware of that, but in that also became aware of the actual situation for a lot of Sámi people in their rights to continue livelihood. And that in that case specifically reindeer herders, but of course also the reindeer herding and our livelihoods are so interconnected with culture and arts and practical knowledge and language.
And how will this, both the demonstration and the Truth and Reconciliation report, how will that come into the arts and cultural sector? For me as an artist, I don't know how. I think it might be quite predictable for us what the report will say, but will we see some more Sámi curators in the national institutions, for example? I hope so.
Yeah. But I also think that it's important to think about what the Sámi curator role should be, and what is Sámi knowledge and ways of thinking and doing relevant, and maybe in some cases more important than academic knowledge, in trying to map out these roles for the future in a dialogue with the set Western roles, of course. But I think it's so important that we define that ourselves, and that the Sámi art field together defines that.
But there need to be more space made for Sámi knowledge and Sámi people and Sámi ways of working.
Yes.
So that we can take our conversations, our art, our lives further, and continue developing as a healthy society.
And also engage in deeper conversations with majority artists and the culture field. I think that's going to be very enriching for all parties.
All right, thank you. With that, I'd like to invite S.J. Norman, an artist, author, and cultural worker, who will be joined in conversation by Beatriz Sepúlveda, who's currently head of community access and inclusion at Performance Space. Welcome.
Hola. Hello.
There we go. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, S.J. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Was anyone else trying to get here from Brooklyn this morning? Yeah. It was a cute time. I'm doing well, thank you. I very much enjoyed the opening addresses. Thank you, Yvonne and Eriola, and the presentation from Karoline and Elina. Hoping I'm getting everyone's names right.
Do you want to start introducing a little bit about yourself?
No, I don't.
You
I
don't?
want you to start.
I will then. Well, hi. I'm Beatriz Sepúlveda. Like it was previously mentioned, I am currently the head of community access and inclusion at Performance Space New York, situated in Lenape-Hoking, also known in a neighborhood called East Village. My position at Performance Space, or my current role, was sort of developed in collaboration with other artists, staff members, and community after 2020, which was a year in which we, the organization invited a group of artists to sort of take over and define the use, programming, and sort of future of the institution. The role was sort of a result of a lot of the holes we felt that the organization was not filling or providing, which meant really prioritizing the care of the community that was in relation to performance space. That also meant really seeking, I guess, access points throughout all facets of the institution, and not only seeking them, but finding ways for community to inhabit them, to share or hold agency over these institutions. Yeah, I'll leave it there. I'm originally from Puerto Rico, so interestingly, in Puerto Rico, Indigeneity was really taught and understood as something of the past. The native people, Taino, were understood to be completely erased once the Spanish colonials settled and took over violently the region, the Caribbean. So it wasn't until I arrived at New York about a decade ago that I started being more in conversation and actively working with artists that work around indigeneity and tribes.
Thank you for that introduction. It's great to hear more about who you are and what you do, actually, because we don't actually know each other that well. I just so I'm just recapping what you said. So your role at Performance Space started in 2020, didn't it? Or
I've been at Performance Space for almost 5 years now.
No, that's right.
But it was under different responsibilities and roles and dynamic. So when you started organizing Knowledge of Wounds at Performance Space, that's why we haven't had the chance to work that much together.
Yeah, that's right. Because I did cicatrix as part of Emily's program in 2019, and then that opened the portal that would become Knowledge of Wounds, and that was in,
beginning of 2020.
Yeah, it was in January 2020, so immediately on the cusp of, cataclysm and great rupture. Anyway, so it's nice to actually connect and have a proper yarn.
Publicly.
Publicly, yeah. But anyway, I'm S.J Norman. I do a lot of different things, I guess, but I'll start with, first of all, extending my respect and my gratitude to the old mob of this land, on Lenina Lape country. I'm here as a guest and as a visitor, and I've been very lucky to be in relation with this place for coming up on, I guess, 5 years now. I've been coming to Lenape-Hoking, and slowly kind of bringing my thread into the phenomenally complex weave of this place. And I feel very lucky to be living that reality. I am an Indigenous person from the southeast of Australia, so we have a lot of different ways of naming ourselves and speaking our identities in relation to different structures and in relation to each other and in relation to place. And we are, a high context culture, and we speak a high context language in that way. So there's a few different ways that I can self-describe. One way that I would self-describe is to say that I'm Koori. Koori is a particular word in Aboriginal Australian vernacular that refers to Aboriginal people from the southeast, but more specifically from New South Wales. If you're from Victoria, you're also Koori, but you spell it K-O-O-R-I-E, whereas if you're from New South Wales, you spell it K-O-O-R-I. So I'm just highlighting that to make a bit of a point about the subtlety and the nuance that exists in Indigenous identities, and the way that they move and their kind of high motility through context and through language. So I'm a New South Wales Koori. More specifically, I am Wiradjuri. My grandfather was Charlie Higgins, was his name, and he was born on the mission at Brewarrina, which is not actually Wiradjuri country, but it's a mission or a reserve where a lot of Aboriginal people from different parts of the southeast were displaced to. So he was a Wiradjuri man, and he was born on the mission at Bree, in the northwestern part of the state. And that's where he met his wife, Lizzie Higgins, who was a Nyamba woman. She was born on the river outside of up that way there, on the Barker. And the seat of my family is a little town called Ningen, which is actually Nyambawalawan country, but it's kind of the threshold zone between Wiradjuri and Nyambawalawan country. So there's a lot of Wiradjuri mob there, even though it's not technically our land, but we don't have hard borders. That's not a thing. So it's an interrelational zone, I guess you could say. But my mother was born, I don't want to talk percentages of population or, make claims about majorities or whatever, but I would say that probably a really decent, if not majority, but a very decent cohort of Aboriginal Australian people, especially in the southeast, live in diaspora, or what we might broadly describe as diaspora, because we've been displaced, like many generations of displacement. So my mother was born in diaspora, in what you would define as the kind of diasporic centre of, New South Wales Corridom, which is Redfern, on Gadigal country in the city known as Sydney. And I won't go into that too deeply because it's complicated, but yeah, my mother was born in Redfern and she was raised in a very kind of itinerant way, moving around different parts of the state, because that was the nature of how we had to live our lives and the way that many of us continue to live our lives. So she was raised between Redfern and Nyngan. My father is English. He's from West Yorkshire, so he migrated to Australia in his early 20s. Anyway, that's I gave you that lengthy introduction to who I am because that's how I would introduce myself in an Indigenous context. I wouldn't just be like, I'm this. I wouldn't just kind of give it a name and let it sit in the naming. It has to sit in the full narrative, and that narrative is in relation, it is a relational thread with everyone else's narrative and with history and ancestry and deep time, So that's why you get that long-winded intro. And I noticed that our Sámi cousins did more or less the same thing. So just taking pause to acknowledge that. I guess I'm a visual artist. I guess I'm a performance maker, and I guess I'm an author, and I guess I'm a curator, maybe. I think it's somewhat second nature for Indigenous practitioners to be to hold a kind of very fluid relationship to discipline, and by what I mean it's obviously disciplinary parameters between different fields of praxis, because that makes a different kind of sense within our cultures. So that's maybe why I have some discomfort in singularly defining myself in relation to any kind of, colonial definition of any distinct field of artistic practice. But all of those disclaimers aside, if you Google me, it says I'm a visual artist, and it says that I'm a performance maker, and it says that I'm an author. So I make performance work, mostly long durational work, that is relational in basis, that is about bodies moving through space and time in relation to each other and in relation to place and history. I also make objects sometimes. I wrote a book recently. So right now, actually, I'm really focused in the craft of storytelling. The book that I wrote was a book of fiction. It was a book of ghost stories specifically. And right now I'm working on a screenplay and a couple of other projects. So I've kind of taken a bit of a turn into story, which is a word that is capitalized in Aboriginal Australian vernacular English, because story, like country or ancestor or elder, these are all words that we capitalise as proper nouns, because there's such a depth and complexity of meaning when we talk about story and what story is. It's a place and a terrain of sacredness and complexity. So I guess the rupture of the last few years has kind of taken me into this very quiet space where I'm sitting with story and with the craft of being a storyteller. But also working in, like, on the page, you know, working in the literary space and having to kind of negotiate the kind of tensions of that coming from a basis of oral culture and oral knowledge. And I also do knowledge of wounds, which is part of how we know each other. It's part of the story. Anyway, yeah.
Thank you for that very generous.
That was long, sorry.
No.
Thanks for sticking with me.
Mine was too short. Thank you for your very generous history and background. I guess, yeah, like you mentioned, we haven't really worked directly with each other. So maybe we could talk a little bit about knowledge of wounds and how it came to be in relation to the place that I work at, which is performance-based. Was it always, I know obviously part of the history of it, but was it always in partnership with Joseph Pearce when you first started thinking about knowledge of wounds, or did it have other iterations?
We can maybe, let's start this one from not the beginning, but from what feels like the beginning to me. Because I think it's really important to narrativize the full arc of those relations and to speak them aloud. Because when we don't do that, we lose our histories, you know, and Indigenous people sure know a bit about the reality of losing our histories, or losing, you know, we haven't lost our histories, but you know what I'm saying, like of our histories being buried or strategically erased, which I realise possibly sounds like a grandiose kind of conceptual frame to lay on my silly little project, but that's the urge that this comes from, I guess, is what I'm saying. Because I noticed the ways in which a colonial art and cultural field context, all the ways that kind of impulse towards different kinds of erasure shows up. And it's like, oh, we're just gonna like smudge this bit here, or just shave a little off there, in it feeling like constantly being molded into a shape, a predetermined shape, in these very small, very incremental ways a lot of the time. So I was thinking this morning, I'm giving such fully tangential answers, I'm so sorry. This is just how it's going to be today. You know, for instance, I've had instances where journalists have tried to write about knowledge of wounds and tried to write about what we're doing, and have said things like, "Oh, you know, this evolved out of a chance meeting between S.J. Norman and Joseph Pearce." It did not. It did not. It evolved out of a very, very long storyline involving many people, and that started for me, at least, in 2017, when I came to Lenapehoking for the first time, and that was with a cohort of other Indigenous artists and sort of cultural organisers for the very, very first First Nations dialogues, which was organised by Emily Johnson, who's with us today, in collaboration with PSNY and with Black Dance in Australia, which is run by Marinda Donnelly, who's my Wiradjuri countrywoman. And I came as part of an AUSCO delegation, an Australia Council delegation, and I didn't even really know that I was coming for this event. It was something that happened accidentally in many ways, because a whole bunch of mob being Aboriginal people happened to apply for this market development grant, and we all got it. And so then it became a thing. Anyway, so we all ended up here, and that was where I first kind of came into relation with this place, came into relation with Emily, came into relation with Muriel Miguel, came into relation not with Joseph at that time. That didn't come until much later. But that then led to Emily inviting me back as a commissioned artist for the KIN program, which was the second iteration, part of the second iteration of First Nations Dialogues. And on that bill was me, Joshua Pether, who's a collaborator of mine, who's a Kalkadoon artist, wonderful artist, and Maria Randall, so 3 Aboriginal Australian artists were on that bill. And that piece was kind of monumental. It was a long durational performance ritual-based work, one element of which involved me having a scarification done on my back. So scarification is a practice which is, extant in many parts of the Australian continent. For Wiradjuri people, it's largely fallen into, we no longer use it for colonial reasons. It's a practice that's been suppressed, which involves, cutting and marking the skin. It's used for many, many reasons, from physical adornment to mapping your kin relations, to mapping a person's degree of initiation through business, to mourning practice. Like, it's used for many, many different purposes in terms of marking time and cultural process on the body. And I had 147 cuts made in my back, not restaging ceremony because that's not culturally appropriate, but referencing a ceremonial technology that I've been divested of. So it was 147 cuts over the course of about 4 hours, each one of those cuts referencing an Aboriginal person who has died in police custody in the last 10 years. We're the most incarcerated people in the world, statistically. We make up 3% of the overall population of Australia and 27% of the prison population, 100% of the youth incarceration statistics in the Northern Territory. It's all Aboriginal children, many of them as young as 10. So the relationship between Aboriginal bodies and the carceral state is a pretty, it's a situation. So I made that work, and that work involved a group of collaborators. That the scarification was one of several things that were happening in the room. Audiences also were tattooed. They were tattooed by Holly Nordlum, who is a wonderful Inuit tattooist. That connection also came through Emily. And Muriel Miguel was part of that. There was a cohort of 5 Aboriginal artists that were part of that: Carly Shepherd, Michaela Saunders, Naretha Williams, and Joshua Pether. So 4, sorry. So there was, all I'm saying is there was a lot of different, there was mob from all over in that room, bringing their presence and their knowledge into that process. And we then, that ritual ended with a walk to the East River. And all the people who were left at the end of this long sort of durational undertaking at the end of that night where we carried this vessel of blood and seawater down to the East River. Many of the people who were present there by happenstance that night, I connected to on the banks of that river in the middle of the night. And they then became the cohort of artists that became the First Knowledge of Wounds. So Devon Emery being one of them. I mean, I would definitely actually consider Devon like a core group of our kind of collaborative corpus, if you will. And there was a bunch of others there that night. So that happened. The following day, I, quite by accident, went to a dinner party at my friend's house. My friend Tavia, who was like, I really want you to meet my friend Joseph. Joseph had been at a couple of First Nations Dialogues events, but we hadn't met. And so I went there, and we met, and we made a connection, and that was wonderful. And sometimes you meet people, and you're going to get up to something with them at some point. You don't know what it's going to be. And then I went away, and I carried on living my life. And PSNY contacted me, about a month later, and said, we would really like you to come and curate a program for us in January in New York next year. I said, great, I'd love to do that, but it's culturally inappropriate and neo-colonial of me to come to Lenape-Hoking and do that and not collaborate specifically with locally based Native people. And I sort of gave some thought to my existing networks of relation here and who I felt a specific resonance with around what I wanted to achieve with this specific project, because I feel like the seed for KOW had been sitting in me for a very, very long time, waiting to germinate. And I was like, well, Joseph's the obvious choice. But it took me a couple of months to get around to asking him. So I think I did a fair bit of work with PSNY and also just solo developing the program and the concept and everything, doing the naming of the thing, all of that stuff. And then Joseph came into the weave a bit later. And we continue.
Thank you. I think we just got a little sign that we should start wrapping up, but I
haven't got to a single question because I've just been doing all the high context, long form shit.
No, maybe I want to. Again, it's still another question for you, but the topic of this gathering, rehearsing hospitalities, right? Still, somewhat feels equally extractive to not even trying to address hospitality in a caring or direct way, because given the your relationship or my relationship to you, in a way, still feels very extractive, because even though you come into performance space and we sort of take a supporting role in what you want to take place during a defined period of time, I still feel like, or it seems like, we get the most out of you. We get to learn from your practices, your sort of agreed community guidelines that we then try to continue practicing, not only with the artist and community involved in Knowledge of Wounds, but with every other program or person that we are in relationship with. So I guess my question is, how, I don't want to ask what are your feelings around working with institutions, but sort of what is your approach and what can you take from them or us?
that is a really astute and bold question, and thank you for asking it. Thanks for not beating around the bush on that one. It is extractive. It's terminally extractive. And I kind of have to wake up and keep doing my job every day in some kind of alignment with my own integrity and, you know, in alignment with my community responsibilities and relationships. And find a way to maneuver my way through that question. And the labour always falls on artists to do that. And I have different answers for it every day, to be honest. Most of the time these days, after the way things have gone, after the great, you know, big reveal of the last few years, and as we're kind of continuing to navigate the echoes of that, I wake up most days thinking, wow, it's broken. Like, the relationship between artists and the non-profit industrial complex and the knowledge industries and higher education institutions, it is broken. Like, it never worked to begin with, or it worked for some people. It worked for people within institutional roles. It worked for the purpose of upholding those institutions and concentrating power within those institutions. But you're never going to have like a balanced and reciprocal industrial relationship between that and a group of freelancers. That's just on the level of like really nuts and bolts, basic labour analysis. That can't work. That can never not be extractive. And so then if you add to that the like realities of indigeneity and multiple marginality experience and all this kind of stuff, it's a huge mess. And I don't, at this point in my career, know if it can be fixed, in all honesty. I have to find ways to maneuver my way through it because I have to make a living, you know. And in many respects, if I could speak very, very frankly, what feels like my job at Knowledge of Wounds right now, in, you know, having spent the last 3 years establishing that entity and opening that portal, it feels in no small way that the best thing that I can do to serve my community, and my community is artists and Indigenous people, not organisations. They're part of my community. They're part of my networks of relation, and like I honour those relations with respect, but like people are unhoused, you know. People are experiencing food insecurity. Like the impacts have been pretty devastating on people generally across the board, but just to narrow it down to my immediate sphere, it's been harrowing. So the best thing that I can do as a trans, Indigenous, disabled artist, the best thing that I can do is utilise the access that I have to leverage the distribution of resources. Like, I just want to get Indigenous artists getting paid for the least amount of labour possible. It's really that mercenary, you know? Because I can't trust institutions to do that. I can't trust institutions, full stop. That's the really, like, I don't think it's nihilistic, I think it's pragmatic read on that. And then there are other days where I'm just like, oh, maybe there's ways to enter into these systems and be a strange attractor and create some kind of generative chaos that may serve to somehow restructure the way these systems operate. That depends on how much energy I'm waking up with and how well-resourced I am in my spirit, you know? Yeah. We're very much at time.
Yeah, I have a lot more questions and thoughts about that.
But, yeah.
I think we should pass on the mic to our... Okay, great. Thank you so much, S.J.
No, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Hear myself just fine. With that, I'd like to welcome Emily Johnson, choreographer and director, and Ali Rosa-Salas, vice president of visual and performing arts at Abrams Arts Center. And I'll just change out glasses. Come over here. The camera's set up here.
Hospitality. Thank you with the smile. All right.
Testing. Ooh. Hi, Emily. It's good to see you. Hi, everyone. Nice to be in relation with folks here. I've been really looking forward to this conversation, so we'll see what happens. Emily, do you want to start sharing a little bit about who you are, or do you want me to? Oh. There we go. Hello, Chimai. Hi, everyone. Yes, it's great to be here with you today, and good to be here with you all today. And thanks to everyone who's spoken today, and thank you, S.J., for naming so much of multiple histories and ongoingnesses. I'm Emily Johnson. I belong to the Yupik Nation. I grew up on Dena'ina land in what is known as Alaska. My grandma, Hannah LaRue Stormo, is turning 100 this year in May, and wow. She's from Akiak and raised her family in Bethel. And I live now between Lenape-Hoking here and Haudenosaunee lands, and in my relations here, work to build pathways for Lenape-Yoke folks to come back to their homelands, and specifically through that work with a community organizer, River Whittle, who's of the Caddo Nation and the Delaware Nation. And they work as a community organizer with the diasporic Lenape nations, and we work to make those trips home a reality. And that has now also formed into this other group called Lenni Lenape Kweyok. So I think that naming this as important relation to these homelands here and to ongoing ways to bring the people whose land this is home, and invite you all to take part in those efforts in multiple ways. In Haudenosaunee lands, we're currently working to change 6 acres of cow pasture back to what it should be rather than cow pasture, and creating a place for residency and reworlding in relation to land and people. I'm primarily a body-based artist, so kind of like S.J. said, it's everything. It's like making performance, it's story, it's gathering people together, it's structural change and decolonization work with institutions, it's real action in the world, which some people, including me, call activism. And I do all of that all the time, and it's always intertwined. And I think, oh my gosh, my head is just spinning from so much that S.J. Was talking and was offering, and I think that one thing I want to say in relation to all of the land defense efforts that are happening simultaneously and everywhere right now, and that knowledge that all of our land protection efforts and our cultural protection efforts are related, is that place that S.J. named, that place at the East River where so much now has grown from, is actively under threat right now, and is also in relation to a massacre site which is being disrupted and disturbed. And so just naming that this, and I think that, I mean, what S.J. said, I wrote it down, hold on. What S.J. said in that impulse toward different kinds of erasure that is kind of embedded in so many institutions, but it's embedded in all of the structural pathways that we live in and under, that our places of gathering are under threat, our places of hurting, our places of gathering resource, our places of meeting are always under threat. And so I think that all of these efforts of particularly Indigenous artists to be and to share what our beingness is a vital part of I don't even want to say resisting, but it is a vital part of resisting that. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Emily. Short intro on me, I guess, to contextualize who I am. My name is Rosa-Salas. I'm born and raised in Lenape-Hoking. Also interesting hearing Anna, you speak, which I think is an uncanny but makes sense why maybe we're both here. I identify as a Nuyorican, so a New Yorker of Puerto Rican descent, and just reckoning with the ways in which Puerto Rico is in colonial relation to the U.S. I think it makes a lot of sense why we're the ones that are here in a lot of ways. It just occurred to me listening to you and S.J. in conversation. So my work at Abrams Art Center began in 2017 alongside Emily's relationship with the Art Center. I think what's unique about Abrams is that we're part of a social services agency called the Henry Street Settlement that's existed on the Lower East Side for 130 years. And with that, the irony is not lost on me that the organization is called Henry Street Settlement. And I think the ways in which the organization has existed in relationship to, really thinking through what it means to build community, what it means to be in relation to people who are not from here and trying to make a life here, and how that intersects with a lot of the conversations that Emily and I have had around Lenape homecoming. So there's just such complex layers around belonging and community that I think that the settlement was founded on, that I think in our work together and the opportunity for the Art Center to provoke conversation around what that means has been incredibly generative for me personally, and has given a lot of my work a tremendous amount of meaning. And Emily, I would love to, if I may, transition into talking about our relationship through kinsalatory. And if you could share a little bit with all of us here what that is. And I would be curious to hear why Abrams, why do you trust us to be a keeper of that space?
Yeah. So since 2017, I and my collaborator Carin who's urban diasporic Cree based up in Toronto, have been hosting constellatory mappings in light and dark matter, which is a gathering fireside outdoors at Abrams Art Center. And it's really that fire is central. We gather community toward possibility, and we gather community with our more than human kin that is fire. We gather with the possibility of fire toward otherwise futures, toward justice, toward things that we as community envision. We gather community through rupture, through transitional times, through rage, and it's, I think, the fire that helps hold that potential, that something can come forward together from that, maybe not in the immediate, and probably not in the immediate, but over long term. And that's why it's really important that the fires are more or less monthly. They're a continuous presence at Abrams. They're a continuous presence in the Napeho King. They're a continuous presence. And that itself is process, and that itself is a provocation. The constellatory itself is a process of relationality. It's a process and a practice and a method of building extended relationships beyond the human to human. And it's a choreography of relationality with land and with ancestors from past and future. And it's a technology to spatially orient a collective to think and dream and activate community futures. And we do trust Abrams, and we also just do it there. As I said, there's this regularness of it that is really important, and we also have to resist the regular programming, right? Mm-hmm. Right? We have, it's not a program that is tended to the same every time, because the fire is responsive to the world. The fires, the different artists that might be part of it, or the context for the fire might shift in any moment. And the fires have held really, really, really difficult times for community together in an ongoing way. And for that, we are in relationship with the space of Abrams, this outdoor amphitheater, with people who bring the fire pit out, with people who tend to the sound and the light and the technology that we need to kind of hold the space together. And also, we have to assert that it is the fire that is central, and it is the context that we as Indigenous people are calling for this gathering that is central. And so that language might have to be very, might have to change on social media the day of, or that invitation has to be very specific, and the invitation and the language of the invitation, and I think we'll get into this a little bit more later, is sometimes, it's so important of what is said, and that doesn't always align with what maybe what maybe Abrams wants to be said or can be said, if I can say that. We can talk about that in a little bit more. But coming back to the trust first, Abrams does work, right? I work with a decolonization writer. So every place, every institution, every organization that I do big works in, we have this decolonization writer, and it's very specific, it's very detailed, and it requires a lot from the organization. If the organization is not interested in working on elements of that decolonization writer, then I will not work in that space, because it's not a safe space for me or other Indigenous folks, and probably for any BIPOC folks. And Abrams works with that decolonization writer. They work with the decolonization assessment. So they're assessed over and over on what those processes are, what's going on in the institution, how are you changing, how are you really addressing multitudinous harms that have been embedded in institutions. And they've also attended, my colleague Ronnie Panoy and I, through First Nations Performing Arts, do a decolonization track, which is a very 8-month learning, unlearning process with a really rigorous syllabus, and so many staff members from Abrams attended that. It wasn't just the directors of the institution, multiple staff members. And so I see and I see and I appreciate the actual work that Abrams does and the commitment to that ongoing work. And I think that folks at Abrams know that work is also never done.
Yeah. And it's messy, and there's been challenge, right? Like there's been moments where there's been, I don't think misunderstanding is the right word, but just lack of awareness of protocol, I think that there have been fundamental perspective shifts I've had to have. I think it's specifically around the fire and its role, and really questioning my own, as you were speaking to, like maybe curatorial or producerial sort of demands. And I've really appreciated how we've been able to continually work at how we communicate with each other. Feels really grounded in like integrity and actual like real life experience, like two people actually just figuring it out. And I feel really grateful for the grace, and it's not like, it feels like love. It feels like I there's an understanding that we're not going to always get it right, but we want to be in relation on working on that. And maybe not even right is the goal. It's just the commitment to the exploration that feels like really transformative to me. And I guess I'm curious, similar to Anna's question, like, what is working about us, and what do you wish to be better? Kind of feel like I'm putting you on the spot, but I really want to know.
Well, in the last few months, we worked on a care agreement together, and what kind of brought that to being were I think multiple months of difficulty, which I could talk about more specifically in a second, or you can, but and in that. So to kind of address the difficulty, because it started, Abrams is like a place where I feel very comfortable, very at home. It's a place I've been collaborating for 5 years, and I have a space there, an office there, and the quilts that we host the fires are there, like these very like belongings are like held there, so but it was starting to feel uncomfortable. It was starting to feel that a place that I wasn't sure the fires could continue there. And so we called a meeting with other folks, with Joseph Pierce and Carin and myself, folks who are involved in the ongoingness of the Kinstillatory, to have a discussion about the Kinstillatory first. It's like bringing it back, like, okay, and about the fire, and about, this isn't about an artist's project, this is about possibility through rupture. And so how do we all just like take off our job hats for a second and think about that, and think about how do we support that on Indigenous land in relation to land, and so I think we crafted a way to then kind of just reorient, to think about, okay, if this is important, which we decided is, how do we create the agreements around it so that we can protect it and protect this gathering, I think. And I think that has been really helpful, really helpful.
Yeah, and acknowledging difficulty. I feel like I really appreciate, the opportunity to be able to, acknowledge that being in relation to anyone or anything, especially space, is so prismatic, and that there needs to be a constant commitment to being like curious about how to adjust. And it was a huge revelation for me in terms of being regrounded in what Kinstillatory is like, okay, wow, I just like my understanding, even though we've been like facilitating them for 5 years, I didn't actually really get it. You know? And I've been to almost every one, and I was like, oh wow, like you could be present in a space, in a place, and facilitate it and make sure, you know, it all goes according to plan and still not get what's happening. That was profound. And I feel like I have far more of an understanding of what's happening, ironically, by, you know, still being present physically, but like releasing this need for control, which I was, I think, interpreting as like support.
Yeah, we had, I think in that conversation, we had a little bit of, we were talking about curation a little bit. And then at some point, I jump in if you remember any details, but at some point Carin and I started talking about how we tend to, because Carin and I invite different artists to the fire to share each month, but we talk about it as light curation. and we're continuing to maybe define what light curation is, because, as I said, we want the fire is center, right? Like, it's amazing that artists come, but really you're not the point. Or, you know, it's the ongoing, the gathering, that the fire is gathering us, and that we might not know when the end of what has started happens is what is the point. And so we have to be very careful, caring with that, with tending that. And so, yeah, so we started to talk about curation, right? Because I think you were trying to understand it from a curatorial standpoint of like, who are the artists and how is there a theme and how is there a process of evolution or something? But that totally
embarrassing.
but that also makes sense, and that makes its own kind of sense. But I think that the fire is teaching us something different about that. It's teaching Carin and I that as we do it, you know? Well, yeah.
I guess I'm also, you know, you spoke about earlier in your introduction, all of the work that you've been shepherding with everything that's happening in our neighborhood. Land and, you know, water protection efforts in East River Park, and I think that has been like a tremendously, you know, transformative aspect of our relationship, and the ways in which the amphitheater has been activated, especially I think during the height of the pandemic. So yeah, I'd love to kind of hear more about your experience of navigating the complexities of situating this work at an institution like Abrams, and yeah, a bit of the stickiness, a bit of the messiness that continues to unfold.
So I'm going to do this in a way that we might imagine some different possibilities, because I think, you know, artists, we know what's happening on the ground. In this particular case, East River Park, 1,000 trees, 50 acres is being destroyed in a land grab in the environmental justice neighborhood of the Lower East Side. Many folks have been an active part of fighting that destruction and calling for different solutions over many years. And the fires have hosted a lot of gatherings in relation to tending to the land that was being destroyed. To the 1,000 trees, to the animals, to the community there that was being harmed, is being actively harmed by this destruction. And, you know, I want to think about, like, first of all, I have to, like S.J. said too, I have to work with a lot of institutions and organizations. The decolonization rider is one of the ways in which I make that manageable and navigable, and one of the ways in which I push for change. I don't think all organizations or institutions should continue to exist. I think many, maybe most, shouldn't, because they are rooted in white supremacy and they won't change and they shouldn't continue, and we shouldn't keep funding them. Also, I think some organizations are willing do work and could continue in existence. But if we were starting a new organization or a new institution, and we were starting it root to branch, like the whole thing, and of course, I think that we would think about, okay, what are our ethics for this organization? When we want to think about our responsibility to the earth and to community, to the neighborhood that we're in, to the land that we're on, to the indigenous peoples of whose land that we're on. We would want to think about justice. We would want to think about who our collaborators are, so our like funders and our board and all of that, and we would like set it up right in this way that is good. I think we would try to do that if we were starting something. And then you're working with artists, and then you have these artists come in who are like fighting for 1,000 trees and environmental justice. You have artists who come in who are fighting for indigenous sovereignty and missing and murdered indigenous women, trans girls, and two-spirits. You have artists who come in who are fighting the murder of Tortuguita. You have artists who come in who are intent on humanity and calling out the misinformation during the AIDS crisis, right? And I think that we would stand with those artists in those times that are dangerous. It's the moments where the artists are calling for action that's the dangerous time. Mm-hmm. A decade later, 2 decades, 3 decades later, it's safe to support those artists who are speaking on those issues. But in the moment of action, it's sometimes, that's when we need you. That's when we need the organizations and the institutions. But is this institution who thinks they're so grounded in ethics and responsibility, are they going to stand with that artist? Or are they going to kind of straddle straddle, so wait, I wrote it down, hold on. Or are you going to straddle like a middle ground, right? Mm-hmm. Become a venue that separates yourself from the artist's intentions. Are you going to reveal sort of this artificially progressive and genuinely conservative approach that's really all about the organization self-preservation? Mm-hmm. Are you going to fold? Are you going to stop presenting that indigenous artist? Are you going to stop presenting those artists who are working it intensely on these situations in multitude of ways? And do we recognize the danger of this, of that straddle or of that fold? Because one threat, like that, and maybe that threat came from a council member, maybe that threat came from a community member, maybe that threat came from a board member or a funder, right? And that's a real threat to your institution, that's a real threat to your ongoingness. But like failing to meet that threat with integrity, what I would call integrity, means you're actually threatening so much more than the institution's ongoingness, and that, I don't know, I think there's a deep irony in that, and that we start to fail community and land and justice in those very particular moments that might in one moment seem small, like, it might be that, like in our case, we were asked, and change it if this is wrong, but my interpretation was that we were asked to not, in the lead up to the fires, we were asked to not mention East River Park. We could talk about it during the fire, but we were asked to not mention East River Park. I'm very aware that the council member who is pushing for that destruction knows me, knows the fires, knows what we're doing, and I'm very aware that they're part of actively trying to stop the land defenders who are protecting the area, And so that what am I saying? I think that's that question. Yeah. Like recognizing that danger in that moment, recognizing where will you stand with the folks who are on the ground, and on the ground means multiple things. Yeah. And I think, I don't know, that led me to think, I think a lot of what I've been hearing today is like, that would be amazing, right? And like, can we imagine institutions and organizations that don't falter, that don't fail those moments? Because what if we didn't have to fucking protest all the time, We could be doing so much more if we weren't always negotiating where we stand and how we can say the things that we believe in and how we can do the work that we know needs to be done.
Yeah, and I think that and it's not over, right? Like, we'll continue to be in dialogue about exactly what you're speaking about. And yeah, I'm grateful for the opportunity to continue to work at it. Like, I think it's as simple and as complicated as that. You know, like it's work that's never done. And I think that the situation that we're calling upon here, yeah, feels really important to speak to it very directly and very, yeah, and also recognizing even as you are very clear about your positionality, recognizing all the dimensions at play and seeing, you know, recognizing like where I'm situated in the situation, where I'm sort of, yeah, where my subjectivity is also existing. And I think that is the way in which we've been able to build that like complexity, which is obviously ongoing and will continue to evolve. For me, is what, yeah, will sustain our relation long beyond my, you know, tenure at Abrams, and also, yeah, provides opportunity for, yeah, me to embody those values and to then bring those values everywhere I go. Not to have that, because I think for me, especially in curatorial practice, there's this interesting like divorcing of the person and their subjectivity and like their, you know, political identity, their life experience, and how that is informing like the work. So I think in our work together, it's really sort of rooted me in this understanding that acknowledgement of subjectivity, that acknowledgement of one's political orientation cannot be divorced from the work because it's already there. And so what it means to be in integrity with the work and to be clear about your values is to have, yeah, experiences like this where they're fundamentally challenged. Yeah, and just acknowledging that that'll continue to happen. Like, I'm not naive to think that we won't, like, there won't be another situation where we'll be like, okay, what's going on? Like let's talk, let's have a conversation. Like, I think that the commitment to that understanding and the desire to continue is, is what grounds me. But it isn't. I guess what I'm saying, it is not without complication, and it is not without like challenge. But I feel grateful to be able to lean into that and not be scared, to feel strong, to feel brave. It felt like 20 minutes. I can't show you who? Oh, okay.
With that, I'd like to invite Anna and S.J back to join us for a conversation. Thank you both. We'll share this microphone, so maybe you can pass that on. Thank you all. I've been taking notes, and I can't read my handwriting anymore, but we have a few questions, and I think we also want to make sure that we bring Karoline and Elina into this sort of conversation and to really sort of push some of the ideas and sort of conflicts. And I also realized that this entire panel could have just been titled Narratives, and I would have been perfectly happy with that, because I think it's been really important for all of you to share your own sort of narratives and relations and histories. And so I think I want to thank you for that. I don't think we set out to, but we somehow ended up with a panel of almost all performers in some way, shape, or form, and performance presenting organizations. And Karoline and Elina, I think, are also coming from a history of being engaged with performance art and body movement and festivals. And I've been thinking a lot about whether there is something to the needs of performers and people who work with temporalities and duration and bodies and space and movement that might also perhaps shape the relations that we've been talking about today. And perhaps I'm romanticizing that, not being at an organization that exclusively or primarily deals with performers and sort of requires these long-term relationships, although we do have those at the Vera List Center with our fellows who are with us for about 2 years, sort of for the duration of our focus theme. But I wonder if you can speak a little bit to that, to sort of the demands and sense of commitment that working together as performers or performance-presenting organization requires. What can be learned from the ways in which performance and sort of this idea that there's more than one performer or sort of artist, but there's always a troupe or a company or a number of different collaborators that are part of bringing this to work, and what we might learn from that.
I think I can start. I don't know that I have that much to say about that, other than I think it's as simple as since artists like S.J and Emily, they've described their work earlier as bodily. No, that already is putting so much more on the line than, let's say, a more physical type of artistic product that probably requires a lot more care and duration of relations between the facilitator or institution and the artist. Yeah.
I'm trying not to bug out the mic, and because I already did that once today. I think what you've just said is truthful, Anna, and I think it's a really great question, and there's lots of ways to answer it. The answer that I'm going to give is really dry, and I'm sorry for that. But if I think down to the bedrock of many of the reasons why my relations with presenting institutions is the way it is, it's kind of if I could frame it, in really dry kind of pseudo-Marxist terms, I own my means of production. I own my IP. Everything that I make continues to run through the vessel that is my physical body, and my physical body in relation, be that to place, to collaborators, to media, to form, all of those things, but the central axis of everything that I do remains contained within this, right? And everything spirals out from there. So I just think that that's something that gets left out of the discussion a lot of the time, and also an important thing that gets left out when we're talking about bodies in relationship to labour economies. We're also talking about bodies in relation to land, in relation to other societal, political, legislative structures, all of which are intertwined and relevant to how we address all of these issues, right? And I feel that tension really keenly when I work, for instance, with visual arts institutions that are used to working with static objects, and they think they want performance artists in there, and they don't, actually, They want you on the bill because that, gives their organisation cachet and relevance or whatever, or they think it does. Sometimes I'm speaking very frankly here, and I could be saying this in a much more gentle way, but, I won't. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of sugarcoating this shit, to be really frank. But yeah, I feel that tension specifically moving between performance literate, performing arts organisations and visual arts institutions. That's where you feel it really very keenly. Yeah.
It just makes me think of Syzygics, and which is probably the most profound performance experience ever profound performance offering ever made on Earth. I have to preface that.
Oh yeah, I have my tattoo.
Very high praise. Were you the one that drank the blood? Oh my God. Sorry, we'll talk about that later.
It's a long story, but I drank the blood that was dumped in the East River by mistake. I'm still here.
I think about that every day.
Yeah, me too. It's definitely a transformational moment in my life.
It's amazing to cross paths with you again. I mean, it was bound to happen.
Yeah, no. Yeah. But hey, that makes sense why I'm here. If you want to learn more about the story, we can talk about it at lunch. Yeah.
Sorry, Emily. I derailed. Carry on.
Just in the holding of that piece and the preparation to hold that piece and to make that offering that whole night, the duration of that night, from the outdoor fire to the indoor space to the walk, to the whole pathway along to the East River, and with everyone gathered, that we took care of what needed to happen to tend to that piece. I mean, it was us, and it was the other community of collaborators that you mentioned. But we had to do that in relation with Performance Space New York. And as you said, not every kind of space can hold that kind of work and can hold that kind of protocol or can hold that kind of tension and care. And so I do appreciate the venues, the places, the institutions, the people in those institutions who can and who are willing to do that. Even as we, in those spaces, like when I'm performing, I want to tear the walls down. Like, that's my goal. And there are places that help me to try to do that. And there's some places who super fucking resist it, but yeah.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I just want to affirm that statement, because I realize that I've been kind of running my mouth about how much institutions suck and how much I hate them and how pointless they are. But that's me running my mouth. Like, there's a way more complexity to it than that, obviously. And on it, like, again, if I can speak really frankly, like, the amount of shit you have to eat as an institutional curator, especially if you are an institutional curator who is Indigenous or BIPOC or any other, non-majority experience, is pretty immense. And I think about the relationships of mentorship that I have with other people working in the curatorial space, either people that I've worked with as an artist, who have handled my work and done curatorial work in its truest definition of that term, or other curators who have mentored me as someone who is moving and working in that space as well. Are some of the people that I hold like the most profound respect for, because the ground that they have to hold in institutions and the kind of, and like, violence is not too strong a word for it, like the kind of violence that they have to protect artists from is so real, So yeah, just want to say that.
I'd like to affirm everything that has just been said, and add that, it is really complex even within the institution, because the hierarchies don't stop between the institution and whomever they are in relation to or with, but also within the institution there's a lot of violence. There are also another set of hierarchies, and that not only factors like identity coming from a colonial experience. I'm not even like getting too much deep into that. Just, I'd like to talk about money
because and money linked to our survival. The same way that, you know, you're talking, you're in relation to these institutions because of survival. Some of us within these institutions are too, no? And not to cancel at all anything, all the contrary, I praise it. But I'd like to also add that yes, there are also others, right? And then another one of the, I think, biggest issues and challenges that I, working in an institution, constantly see every day is the funding and the source of funding and where it comes from, and everything and all the dances that we need to do in order to get that funding, right? It's one of the most tiring things. When I started at Performance Space, I started within more of a development sort of role. I'm so happy to be more distant from it. I like to take money from rich people, but I also don't like the performativity that comes with it. So I don't know if there are any other thoughts about that, but that's always something that's within my practice even, that I'm constantly trying to think of ways of challenging how we, you know, at least in the pandemic, I think one of the things, I don't know if Abrams went through this as well, but as a means of survival, like economic or financial survival during the pandemic, we are performance-based teamed with a consortium of other nonprofits of similar size to make a plea to foundations saying, we're not, you know, we have no program to show, we cannot, but how can you continue to support us in this, you know, time of uncertainty? And I think it was a missed opportunity because I don't think it opened the conversation enough to also critique back at these foundations and funding institutions, right? Which I think is like a next step within institutional critique as well.
I don't know if did you want to? I could keep on talking about this, but I also want to make space for y'all's questions too.
Well, I was just thinking that maybe this is a good point to weave in Elina and Karoline to the conversation, because of course they contribute over a video call, but there's maybe some things that they talk about here that kind of echo with what you've been talking about, particularly maybe the labour conditions of the body as well. So Elina speaks to this issue of needing to perform not only as an artist, but as an educator and an advisor and a representative when working with the majority institutions, but also the kind of possibilities that come with that, and as well as the limitations. On one hand, she talks about how doing that work really enables her and potentially people coming after her. But at the same time, she really, she kind of makes a point of articulating how that constant act of educating people on basics just takes loads of time and energy and kind of restricts the potential movement of her practice. So, I mean, Karoline then goes on to say how it's, I guess, majority institutions that need to start systematising that work and them taking the responsibility, not the artists, to constantly give the kind of context and address this lack of knowledge in the room. So I guess I'm just wondering if there's kind of, I mean, I think in the first kind of conversation, SJU basically answered this already, this question. And of course, Emily, you spoke about the decolonisation rider. But I'm just wondering if there are other kind of practices that can be instituted so that the role of the education isn't on the artist, but I guess that work can be done by somebody else.
I think I struggle with that, only because I feel like Why do I struggle with that? I struggle with that because I feel like, at least in our relationship, if you're speaking about, there is, an acknowledgement that there's so many areas of growth, not all of which Emily is responsible for by any means to support in that growth, but I do think there is like what's the word? Accomplish. What's the word, like when you're an accomplice? In that I don't feel. Yeah, I feel like our relationship is such, and I think it's a way of relating that I value and aim to develop in all my relationships, professionally and personally. That recognizing, as Anna was saying, that I'm also a person too, right? Like I am the representative of an institution, but I first and foremost I'm a human being. And I think the grace and the assumption of best intentions needs to be earned too. But I think that the ways in which even in our challenges we continue to be in relation, at least from my perspective, is that there's that grace that's extended, and I think that that's because there has been trust developed over time, and the capacity I hope I've exhibited to have really hard conversations, and that will continue to happen, and they'll get harder and more complex as like intimacy gets more and more established. But I think this work needs to happen in relation. Like I don't think I can't do it alone. I'm comfortable with saying I need Emily. And but Emily is one part of a whole ecology. It's like I'm not, and understanding there's an extractive, dynamic to that, obviously. But I think also, admitting that this relationship has value to me, and not only as a professional, but as a person. And I don't think that you can embody values of decolonization and enact those in an arts institution without fundamentally believing it as a human being beyond it looking right. Because that's, that really isn't going to take the work anywhere, because that's hollow, and there's no integrity or rootedness in that. You have to really embody it in a deep way, and that obviously continues to unfold over time and in relation to people. So I need Emily to do this work alongside, and others, but I think the ways in which she's thinking and approaching ideas, especially as an artist, like I said, how I ended my remarks, it supports me in feeling brave and strong.
Which is also just to say and acknowledge, like, so many people come with me, right? Like,
of course.
It's like communities of folks, and so that need and that relationship grows, and that's what I see really. I mean, that is the conciliatory, is paying attention to building those relationships out, and again that is with communities, that is with humans, that is with more than human kin, that is with land itself, and exactly. and I see that relationship growing between the land and Abrams itself.
Right.
That's interesting too.
And I think just to come back to hospitality is like, I don't know, just grounding that. I think in curatorial practice it becomes so abstract that like we're people. And it's just so funny to me. It's like, who organized this show? Like, they're a person who has interests, who has a personal stake. And I think it's become, just in the field, so historically, I don't know, it's just become so taboo to speak about, I like this person. I like this work. This has meaning to me because of my personal history. Like, I really want conversations to start from there always. And I think a lot of our work together has just continued to root me in that understanding, because if I'm not clear about who I am and who I'm becoming and what my values are, it's really easy to get lost in the sauce. It's really easy to have your values tested if you don't really know what you care about. It's so easy. It's happened to me. It'll happen again, just also being vulnerable that is, a part of life, and having the grace and the relationships to have folks, those accomplices, to be like, hey, what's going on here, But I'm really hoping in this work, as, when it comes to accountability and curatorial practice and being in relation, that we're really centering those relationships as it relates to hospitality, like taking care of each other as people,
I think that was beautifully put.
Thanks, S.J.
Yeah, from my belly, agree with you on that. Yeah, and I felt you could feel the resonance in the room, the concordance with what you were saying as you were saying it. I think that's, I don't know, I'm just, my brain's just kind of ticking over, thinking about the terrain that you just defined in such a whole kind of way. And just cycling back to this question of what does it mean to lead from a place of kinship, real kinship, and understanding that also means holding conflict, that means holding complexity, and that means holding the body. There was a point that there was a specific point that you made that I wanted to respond to, and I've lost the thread. Someone else go. I'll come back to it.
I just want to also echo that and go back actually to my introductory remarks, because I said that I've been thinking about hospitality a lot, but one of the things that I resisted was to bring the personal in. In writing my remarks, I wanted to reference sort of an Albanian ancestral code of hospitality. And it's a very sort of, what I would probably describe, very real and very serious way that you're a guest, you're responsible for them, their actual life. Should they be killed, harmed while they're within the boundaries of your property, or as far as they ask you to accompany them, you're then responsible for also avenging their death. And that is something that is not practiced as much today, but it has sort of really informed, I think, my cultural upbringing in terms of what hospitality is and how you relate to someone that you're in a relationship with, be it at an institution, and I'm just one person in this institution, including sort of the new school and all that stands behind it, but also to then bring it back to me. Hold on. This is no longer just about the Vera List Center and the new school. This is, Eriola has issued these invitations. You all got that from my email. That has my name on it. So ultimately, I feel responsible in a way that the institution may not. And that comes with a lot. And we may not always sort of live up to those expectations, personally or institutionally, but it's something that I think about a lot. And I really appreciate all of you sort of grounding that in the personal, because I think, as you said, we shy away from doing that. And I know I had a question in there, but I'll look at my notes. I think one of the things that often happens when we're in a relationship with artists, some of that becomes public, it becomes part of public programs, or it becomes part of sort of public-facing ways in which we engage. But there's also, and I think you've all alluded to this, sort of the invisible work, the work that kind of happens at the level of the institution or the level of the individual working at that institution. And so I'm curious how your commitments and exchanges are also shaping the infrastructure, missions, and visions of the organizations through your collaborations. And I know, for example, Ali and Emily, I can start with you, I guess, because Abram has developed an Indigenous land acknowledgement and partnership between the Lenape Center and Emily. And I wonder if you can speak more about how these internal workings and collaborations can be imagined. What if that becomes public, and when? And what if that is also just very much part of that internal work that we need to be doing?
I think it felt important for the acknowledgement as it exists today, that there was an accountability measure baked into it, which says that the art center, supports Indigenous artists and Indigenous artistic practices. So every time we say it, it's like, are we doing that? Is that fake? Like, where are we at? So that felt really important. That felt really important in the development of it. Just shook the table. It felt really important, I think, in the devising of it, was to have that measure in it, and understanding that by crafting this statement, they're inextricably linked to that is like a responsibility to action, and that there's so many opportunities for continued growth, and that statement is iterative and will continue to transform. I think that we already have revised it. And that feels really important for it to be iterative. I'd love to hear what you think about the acknowledgement and that work.
Well, I'm thinking of yes, accountability, and yes, how action, being committed to action, needs to be spoken, needs to be written, needs to be known publicly, I think, because that is one way in which you open yourself up to being held accountable, right? I think as much transparency as possible in this work is good. I think there's some folks who are working on, and the decolonization assessment process is part of this, is like, okay, how do we assess how an institution is doing regarding decolonization, and how do we create some indicators, some measures? How do we let the public know? Like the A, B, C, D grades on restaurants. Like can we grade an institution on how they're doing, and then you can choose if you want to go to an institution who really has an F regarding decon. I mean, they all start with an F, but so the decolonization assessment, I love these boring nuts and bolts, right? Like assessment processes. Like I love looking at an institution's response to the decolonization assessment survey and seeing where they're working, where their challenges are, where they've gained a little bit of momentum, where they're yards away from, how much money they've donated back, or how much resources that they've shifted to Indigenous-led efforts and to the Indigenous people of Lenape-Hoking. And that's real. That's material change that we can start to see and assess, and then we can point toward, okay, you need to work a little bit more in this area. You haven't addressed police presence in your institution. Why haven't you addressed police presence in your institution? We can start to really see the areas that need attention. And along that, I want to call in Joseph Pearce talks about kinship budgets. Kinship. Personal, yes, and it's in our bodies, it's rooted. And what if an institution had kinship budgets? And so being in relation is like a structural form, a structural part of the institution that you put resources toward, because this does take resource, and it does. So what is your kinship budget? What is your hospitality budget? And how is this become a rooted part, a central part, a core part of your organizational structure?
I'm just thinking also, I wanted to maybe draw a line between what you just offered, Emily, and the question that you posed before, Yvonne, about education. this might be a weird turn to take, I'm not sure, but I think there, first of all, to cycle back to this question, which is just going to take us back in time a little bit for a second. The question was, how do we relieve artists of, doing the job of institutions when it comes to educating people on the basics of stuff? How do we centralise that process? No, that was kind of the question. I don't want to.
I guess I didn't form it very well, and
okay.
So.
Oh, sorry.
I guess I wasn't thinking so much about how do we do that without the artists, because as you said, we need them, and I think the work shouldn't be done without them, and that they should be paid to do that work.
Yeah.
But how does the labour not always fall on their shoulders to be the ones giving that context and repeating over and over again, so that their own work doesn't have the possibility to move because they're stuck in this wormhole of labour.
Thank you for recapping
Sorry.
on that one. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Because my answer to that was just to say we don't need to be relieved of that labour. We just need to be paid to do it, and just linking that to this question of like, how do we create kinship? Like, how do we create a genuine field of distributed, like laterally distributed kinship relation in artistic and cultural industrial economies? And how do we apply different modalities to changing that circuitry? I think that's a huge question that we're probably all going to be sitting with and working with in all our differential ways for a very long time. But I feel like there are organisations that do that kinship budgeting really well, and want to feed artists and give us parties and give us this and give us that. And I think that's wonderful and beautiful, and I wish there was more of it. But at the same time, I feel like one of the best ways to bring people into genuine community with each other, and it's such a vexed word at this point, but the way to build alliances, genuine alliances, is to collectivize the work that you're doing as much as possible. So it's not necessarily about like, we have UMOB in the office, working full-time, getting burnt out, doing all the heavy lifting side of things, and then you have artists coming in with the product, as the product. Like that's a broken relation. Like that's a broken relation. That doesn't structurally work for anyone. And it also doesn't build strong kinship ties, because it's always going to there's a power differential there that is always going to put artists in an infantilized position. It's an essentially paternalistic model. And that produces tension, in all kinds of ways. Because I fully acknowledge also that artists can be brats and artists can be horrible to work with. Like, we can be vile. And that's partially because we're being put in this, on this side of an industrial power differential, and then that parentifies people working in arts institutions, and so if we're looking at how to build genuine kinship, what does it look like to distribute the labour more, and build kinship around collective process, right? Because institutions have things to learn from artists, artists have things to learn from institutions. We all need to be working less and getting paid more. So how do we, and speaking as an artist, I can't get a gig in an institution because I'm too much of a weird pirate with this strange cobbled together skill set, and I can barely read a spreadsheet, but I can do all kinds of other stuff, and vice versa. People who have institutional experience have profound lessons to offer me in terms of my sustainability and continuity of practice. So, I don't know, I just want to throw that out there as just like, how do we dream into a space of like a more cooperatively run and collectively run cultural space, you know?
Yeah, I think that would love, and I hope I'm not operating this in this sense institutionally, but competition feels like, as you were saying, competition for resources, competition for recognition, competition for staff to join your team and to be retained. You know, I think in the next phase of my own work, I'm really committed to divesting from that and acknowledging the reality that, and as you're saying, we're also, you know, even as we're, you know, arts workers who have like a salary, we're also a vulnerable, you know, we're navigating a lot of insecurity as well. And so I think that mutual acknowledgement as like arts workers, even as we're like positioned in these different, at these different points of the ecology, there's like such tremendous power in that. And I'm desiring, especially in New York City, as someone who's born and raised here, increasingly, and Camila and I talk about this, the deep fear I have around the capacity to stay here as someone who's born here. That has now become a reality. I'm like, I am actually scared that I won't be able to live here anymore. And, you know, the ways in which that, you know, that trauma, as being in relation to like ancestral trauma that my family has from being displaced from Puerto Rico and coming here, to the ways in which, you know, Emily is holding and stewarding, you know, that trauma as a means for action. I feel very, very, like that's a very acute concern, and I'm really interested and committed to like how, arts institutions and the people who make them up can really understand that our need to like really support each other in figuring out like how we're going to just, you know, beyond being able to sustain our work and keep the doors of the theater open, that, you know, actually be able to literally eat feels really acute and like connected to this hospitality foundation, and why I think at Abrams we've been like, there's more food at events. There's more, you know, and I think that the pandemic has really ushered in, like, if you're not really attending to all those dimensions, you don't really know what people are going home to or where they're going home to. So I think there's a really profound connections between that, the competition and resources, and like how that's having real life impacts on arts workers, you know, laterally. So I'm excited to continue to explore that together. Right, Anna? Right, yes, you know.
Thank you all. And I think also going back a little bit to knowledge of wounds and taking something from it, or a very important sort of, I don't know if guiding principle of what you bring with knowledge of wounds is slow time, right? And taking time to actually sit with conflict, sit through conversations, and just think. And I think that for a brief moment at the beginning of the pandemic, we thought we had some of that, and we sort of like let it go a little bit. And I think that there should be definitely more of funding artists to just do exactly what you're saying, SJ, sit with the organization, talk things through, argue, laugh, eat, or do nothing before being expected to just produce physical work.
I think that's a very good moment to pause and make ourselves fed. If there are any questions from the audience, we'll take them now. If not, over a plate of pasta. I cannot thank you enough. I think one of the things that I also wanted to emphasize earlier, that a lot of the work that we do at the Vera List Center is what we would call co-learning, and these public programs are an opportunity to do that with the public, with all of you here. I want to thank you, and I'm grateful to the core for the grace. I think that's something, Ali, that you've been saying over and over again. It resonated with me because, again, doing this in front of a public can also be vulnerable for all of us as individuals, and I want to recognize that and sort of underscore it even more. Thank you for being with us today here in person and also online. Please come back at 2:30 for Matti and Wanda. Enjoy lunch.
Thank you. Everyone has made it in here, but also everyone watching the stream is there. So yeah, good afternoon, friends, here now near, and of course there far. My name is Monica Gathuo. I'm the executive producer of Together Again, and I want to welcome you on the behalf of the Cultural Institute, the Finnish Cultural Institute in New York, to the second session of Conflicting Relations, and especially to the conversation between Matti Aikio and Wanda Nanibush. I also want to forward the regards of Dr. Elina Waage, the Director of Programs at the Finnish Cultural Institute in New York, who unfortunately was not able to be here today. This event is part of the 2-year collaboration between the Finnish Cultural Institute in New York, Vera List Center for Art and Politics at the New School, and Frame Contemporary Art Finland. As part of this collaboration, artist Matti Aikio is the 2022 to 2023 Sámi Fellow at the Vera List Center. During this time, he's working on a new project, which is presented as part of the Finnish Academic and Cultural Institute Network's Together Again project. So Together Again, it is an expansive art project fostering gatherings, workshops, intercultural dialogues, and socially engaged art organized by the Finnish institutes across the world. Together Again presents 6 community-based works to audiences in Amsterdam, Helsinki, London, Madrid, New York, Oslo, Paris, and in Porto, Portugal, as well as online. The project takes place throughout 2023 and culminates in a 1-day festival held in Helsinki, Finland, and streamed globally on the 8th of September 2023. Aikio has previously investigated conflict situations between Sámi reindeer herders and the industrial development projects in the lands. For this fellowship project, Aikio will be conducting research on the legacies of settler colonialism and counter movements to Indigenous organizing in the United States, and will create spaces through video and programming to allow for intersections to emerge between histories of Indigenous resistance in the United States and Nordic countries. Matti Aikio is a Sámi visual artist from the Finnish side of the Sápmi. He has a background in Sámi reindeer herding culture and holds an MA in contemporary art from Tromsø Academy of Contemporary Arts.
Aikio's art has been exhibited in Europe, Asia, and Latin America. He works with mixed media, photography, sound, installations, video, sculpture, and text. His main interest as an artist is to try to shift perspectives on established dominant narratives and marginalized topics. Lately, he has been focused on the concept, idea, and image of nature and how the nation-state and capitalism's relationship with these impact indigenous cultures. Aikio is one of the TBA 21 Academy's Ocean Fellows 2022 and also performs as a DJ. Wanda Nanibush is an Anishinaabe curator, image, word warrior, and community organizer from Beau Soleil First Nation. Based in Toronto, Nanibush is the inaugural curator of Indigenous art and co-lead of Indigenous plus Canadian Art Department at the Gallery of Ontario. She founded Abaquad in 2018, which annually gathers together Indigenous artists, curators, and writers, most recently at the Venice Biennale. Wanda's latest retrospective, Robert Hoyle, Red is Beautiful, is touring. Please, Matti, Wanda, welcome.
These things are so intimidating when you're short. And I have a broken wrist, so we'll just see how this goes. Voila. I want to thank you first, because you invited me, and then I'll thank everyone else. But first, I want to introduce myself in our Indigenous protocol as Anishinaabe. So I'm Wanda Nanibush. Wanda Nanibush Nadiginakaz, Chimnasing Dojaba, Mayengan Dodam. So I come from Chimnasing, which is an island in Georgian Bay. It's a Anishinaabe community. White people used to call us Chippewa. And I come from the Nanibush family, the Menegs and the McHughes. My mother and father are both from the same reserve. I have been doing the background, back as far as I can on both sides, and we do have a common ancestor back there. I knew it was gonna happen. It's like one back there crosses both sides. I was like, damn. But it was way back in the 1700s, so it's okay. And I'm Wolf Clan, so I'm really happy to be here. And I want to thank Frame Contemporary also for paying my way. Do you have Indigenous protocols of introduction?
Well, thank you for asking that. Maybe not exactly in the same way as you guys have, but okay, let's not go too deep into that, but I could just say a few words in Sámi, and that you get to hear my people's language, which is Northern Sámi. Pures pohtiin puhkaite hirmasoma lähkitappe ja erinomaisesti soma, että vantele pohtan teihke saakasti muina tai takkar milläkin tuvas fattai perra kiihto.
Thanks. I think it's good because thinking about your work, to start where you're from. And so that's also another Anishinaabe protocol, is we always where are you from is the first question. So if you can talk a bit about the lands that you come from and how that influences your work.
So, yeah. And also in my culture, it's of course the first question. It's a very a basic way of how we introduce ourselves, and where you come from, which land do you come from, but also like which families you come from and who are your ancestors and so on. But also my people, the Sámi people, we've always been migrating a lot. We haven't been so stationary in one place. So my Sámi family comes from many different directions in the Sámi land. Like some of my ancestors were migrating, as far as I have understood, still in 1700s, they were sometimes migrating to the Kola Fjord, which is where the city of the Murmansk is now in Russia. And the other part of my ancestors, they were migrating to the islands and peninsulas in the northwest coast of Norway, the Arctic Ocean, where the Lyngen mountains are and where the city of Tromsø is today. But because the border between Finland and Norway was closed for Sámi nomadic reindeer migration in 1852. My ancestors sort of had to choose which side of the border they would live permanently. So, and where to pay their taxes, because before that, my ancestors had been, in some periods of time, paying taxes to 3 different kingdoms and tax collectors, because the national borders didn't exist, and so the tax collectors came from many different, from the east, from the south, from the west, and so on.
A little bit of absurdity of settler colonialism right there.
Yes. So then in 1880s, my grandfather's grandparents decided to stay permanently on the Finnish side of the border, and they migrated further east to which now is now my family's reindeer herding land. We have border with Russia. So also we're sort of relatively new in that area, that land, but we were also kind of forced to move to the east, and there were vacant reindeer pastures there. There were many Sámi families who came from the west and migrated to the east, but this sort of migration has of course happened in the previous centuries as well, like from that area, which now is my family's land, some Sámi families left to the north and to the northwest and stayed permanently in Norway like a century and 2 centuries earlier, when the Finnish settlers started to arrive to that area. And that's why they left, because they didn't want to stay in the Sompio region when the Finnish settlers came.
We're going to come back to that moment later, when the border closes and the communities that were around and the complications that has created. But for right now, I think it's fitting, because you work in the way of layering and collage and collecting over a long period of time different assets, maybe we could call them, but that you introduce your practice through the collage you created. So if we could pull up that PDF.
Yeah, maybe I move a bit so I can...
Try and dance while you do it.
So, yeah, we don't need to go too... You have to keep track on time, Wanda, that I don't start talking too long about one certain thing, but we are getting somewhere in the end.
Don't worry, I can boss you around.
But this is just to give an example of how my collage installations sometimes look like. My people, we used to use these kind of, what I think in English is called boat-shaped sled, and in Sámi it's called keres. So work is called The Archives of Matti Aikio Alit Keres, which means blue boat-shaped sled. And it's a sled that belonged to my grandfather, which I had never seen. I had never seen this sled in my life. I hadn't even seen a picture of it when I was invited to be part of this exhibition in the National Museum of Finland in Helsinki, which this exhibition was part of the repatriation exhibition of the Sámi collections from the Finnish National Museum to the Sámi Museum. And this sled has been in this part of this collection since 1960s or 1970s. But that's sort of the story of the sled always was, I sort of always grew up with that story that, oh, we used to have these beautiful sleds, but this man from the National Museum came and collected them and put them in the museum. So when we started working with this exhibition, I asked them about this because I wanted to go see this sled, and I didn't know that the other Sámi curators of the exhibition had already chosen this sled to be part of the ethnographic collections items. And this, I find, this is the only ever blue boat-shaped sled that I've seen. They never look like that. I never heard that anyone else had painted it like that. Why my grandfather painted it blue, I have no idea. But the story in this part of this work is a text that I wrote that is sort of like rolling. There's all these different kind of timelines and time scales. This is I always try to make, or not always, but especially with installations, I like to try to make these kind of works that don't have a beginning or an end, but they just sort of, it's just a landscape which you like enter, and then you can move, you can stay there as long as or short as you want, and then you can move on. So this rolling text project tells another story of my grandfather and of the sled, which is also a story of the Finnish settler colonialism in the Sámi land. So since I was a kid, my father told me that when his father was driving from Gathuo to Ivalo with the reindeer sled, like this, maybe this very same one or another one like that. So he always had to keep an axe very like close by when he was entering the village, because the Finnish settlers, the horsemen, would always try to drive over him. And because when you're driving the reindeer sled, you're really sitting down in the ground, and the horse is like, and then these guys are trying to drive over you with the horse. So the only thing he could do to defend himself was to take the axe and start waving it towards the horse legs, and then the horseman would pull back. And but this work there's many different elements in this work. I also use old photographs that my father took in 1960s during the construction of what is still the largest water reservoir in Northern Europe, which is on our reindeer herding land. And these two old, maybe you can recognize the old photographs. The other one is just about the blue sled where they're lifting this reindeer to a little boat, because the government didn't really, they just started to rise the water level while the Sámi people and the reindeer were there, and the reindeer were like panicking and they were going all over, and the state-owned company or the state didn't really help rescuing the reindeer, but the Sámi people had to go and sail on this huge water reservoir with little boats trying to save these drowning reindeer. So those photographs are from that mission. But maybe we should move on. Or
yes, go to the next.
And I use a lot of interviews, narratives by my people's elders in my work. I like to tell this story also with multiple narratives that are, in a Sámi storytelling way, you don't always say something very directly, but the political message is perhaps hiding in a story. Like this guy, in the end of this story, he's a big brother of my godfather, very talented Sámi reindeer herding in my village. His name is Oula Makka. And he's telling me different stories related to the Sámi reindeer herding and predators. And in one of the stories, he's telling how they were herding, they were migrating with the herd near a place where now is a huge tourist ski center called Saariselkä in northern Finland. And they settled there overnight with the herd, and but they heard in the night that there's some predators nearby, but it was too dark. They couldn't really go and see what it was. But it was a wolf, of course, that had been killing quite a lot of reindeer, and which they figured out in the morning. And they tried to ski after the wolf because they, sorry to say this to Wanda from Wolf
I'll
Clan,
apologize on behalf of my wolf brothers.
They tried to go and hunt this wolf, and but they didn't manage to catch it. The wolf escaped. But it's so how he tells the story with the smile on his face. He says that the wolf crossed this river just exactly at that point where the big hotels of Saariselkä are standing today. But back then, there was no single house in the whole region because it was just our land. It was just our reindeer herding land. So it's like just a typical example of this is why I like to use these kind of narratives and stories in my art. Like, okay, sorry.
No, you're doing awesome. Keep going. Next one. I just felt like a cheerleader for a second.
We don't need to stop with these images now for so long. This is just another example of some works that I did. I also sometimes work with Sámi sculptural elements of Sámi architecture or Sámi construction techniques. And I like to work with this kind of installation, also to sort of to Sámify the landscape in a way, or the land. For example, this is based in northern Norway in a city of Hammerfest, which is a kind of historically anti-Sámi, quite racistic town in the middle of also important reindeer herding area. And there's been all these conflicts between the city and the reindeer pasturing around the city since long time. And then the Norwegian government built this huge liquid natural gas liquefying plant on this little island just outside of the city. And this whole work is a bit connected to that. At the time when it was made, it was the biggest industrial investment in northern Norway. Maybe it still is, I'm not sure. But we can move on. We can also move on. You will later see a little clip from this video that these stills are from. And another sort of the background why how I really came to work with my sort of main theme or topic, which is this idea of nature, image of nature, human-nature relationship, and this conflict between what does this conflict between the Sámi and the nation-states sort of represent, and so on. And it sort of started a bit more like this tiny bit more activistic, reactionary art project where I just began to document the reality of the reindeer herders in this kind of under the pressure of this what I call like nation-state schizophrenic relationship with nature, where you sort of in the same area where you drown the lands and you destroy the old forests, but we are still there, and we still manage to protect the land, and we manage to practice our reindeer herding. And but then the nation state also suddenly wants to practice very strict nature conservation in the area, which means that they want to introduce a lot of large carnivores there that are killing our reindeer, and we're not really allowed to protect them against them. There's a compensation system, but the compensation system only functions if we spend days and days, if we're like patrolling in this huge area every day looking for these carcasses. And this is sort of the visual reality of like how it looks when we are searching for our reindeer, we're keeping the, which also is in a way totally fine, and it's part of the old Sámi way of thinking, Sámi philosophy, and this relationship with nature, that you have to sort of respect also these predators, and you have to also, they have the right to exist, and they have the right to for their share. So it's a bit complex, but nowadays, of course, the possibilities for Sámi reindeer herders to survive economically under all this pressure, it sort of complicates things. And then the contradiction is that if you put the mine here and destroy this forest, if you drown them, if you cut down the forest, you don't have to go to prison. But if you shoot one wolf because it killed your reindeer and you try to protect the rest, then you have to go to prison because you're a Sámi reindeer herder. And this, yeah. But we can move on.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about this one, or do we want to show the landscape video?
Okay. We can move on. Yes, this is just another project. What did you want to show?
Oh, I was like, well, talk about this one.
This is work I did together with another Sámi artist and architect, Juar Nango, and we were invited to be part of a group show in Stockholm some years ago, and we both wanted to work on the topic of the truth and reconciliation processes, which were and still are very topical theme in Finland, Sweden, and Norway. But we wanted to sort of try to make an artwork that is somehow asking some critical questions on this truth and reconciliation process. And then we came up with this, the work became the Truth and Reconciliation TARP. And we wrote this long poem, which is like, unfortunately, I don't have that with me to show to you right now, but maybe there's some quotes from the poem, like, you can read from the text if you want. But I guess the idea was to sort of ask this question: that is this whole truth and reconciliation process just a big truth and reconciliation tarp that will sort of cover all these? In the end, it's like an attempt to put an end from the nation-state perspective to quiet down this difficult and unpleasant past and history and the questions around that. Which is, for example, I have to say one more thing. My father, who has been Sámi leader, president of the Finnish Sámi Parliament for a long time, and worked with international indigenous politics, and his sort of opinion is that he's convinced that the truth and reconciliation process in Finland, for example, that the aim of that whole process is just to silence the Sámi, and that's it. So it's not going to serve. It's not the process for the Sámi people. It's process for the Finnish nation state. This topic has been very much in the news and social media these past weeks because now it's 1.5 years since Norwegian Supreme Court ruled that construction permit of this second largest wind power park in Europe, which is located at Fosenjarke reindeer herding, Sida reindeer herding villages, land, the winter pastures. and as also Karoline and Elina said in their video greeting, the Supreme Court ruled that the construction permit of this wind power park is basically illegal and is violating the Sámi reindeer herders' human rights. And so I was there. I happened to be in the area making a video work of this project in the autumn of 21 when that ruling came out, but this is also a bit like an ongoing work in progress. That is also, this work is not just about this project, it's not just about these windmills, it's totally connected to my lands, to my family history, to all this stuff. And maybe I want to quote this beautiful poem by Nils Aslak Valkeapää, perhaps the most famous Sámi artist, poet, visual artist. So this poem was sort of part of this installation that I had in Steinkjer in autumn 2021, where I used these text projections on the wall, and I had these videos, 2 video screens where these windmills are just rotating forever. Wind. We were the wind, and we arrived, and we left, and there was nothing else left of us than the yoke in the soughing of the wind. Dream of existence. Shall we move on?
No, sit down now. Take a rest. We're going to show you a video now so you can get a sense of it in a single channel form. So can we play the first video?
That was a Wolverine, Wanda. It wasn't a wolf.
Oh, it's a Wolverine.
Yeah.
It's hard to see.
Yeah, from your angle. I get it.
I don't know them intimately enough that from a distance I'd be like, that's a Wolverine or that's a wolf.
I get it. I get it. It's fine.
Don't fucking judge me, man.
I would never dare to imagine of judging you.
Thank you. I saw that in the archive, I think the one that you did in Sweden, there was pictures of, like some of the pictures you showed in your collage of the dead reindeer. And underneath, I think you have the words, "This is nature."
So what you saw in the image was just like so it was a still image of like a long text projection. And what exactly is that part, I don't remember, but so in a way why I find this relationship to predators interesting, why it's relevant for me, it's like because, how to explain it? I was actually going to quote the text that another curator friend wrote about my work. He maybe puts it a little bit better in words that I can, but I can also try. So for example, and in some of the images, the reindeer are not dead, but the reindeer are sort of just immobilized by, especially Wolverine does that it doesn't necessarily kill the prey, it just immobilizes it. So it bites it either. What we often find is like a reindeer that is covered by snow, and we think it's a dead reindeer, but then when you go and you try to grab it by the antlers, it jumps up from under the snow, and it doesn't have eyes, or the eyes being blinded, because that's like a very like a trademark of how the Wolverine does. But I like to, and this sounds like super cruel, but it's much more complex than that. This is how nature works, and how we indigenous peoples, I don't think of course we feel pain when we see a reindeer like that being tortured, but this is also part of the nature, and this is the Wolverine's very intelligent behavior. No, it's not. I don't think that it's cruelness. I think it's just I think it's culture. It's animal culture. It's their technique that they have developed, so that because there's not always good hunting weather or hunting conditions for them, and sometimes it's really difficult for a Wolverine to find their prey. And in our lands, reindeer is their main prey, and I don't judge them. We also eat the reindeer meat. But so the Wolverine is very smart in the way how he or she does this. And this, what you saw in the other video, is like the favorite hunting weather of the Wolverine, when it's really a snow blizzard, when they know that they don't leave much traces because the snow will cover their traces, and when it's when it's easier for the Wolverine to move in the soft snow than for the reindeer. And that's when they catch as many as they can, not necessarily just because they're bloodthirsty, but because they are also smart, and they think that they need to feed their kids also next week and after that, and then they create these food storages in different places, and they hide the reindeer either alive or dead, and then they know when to come back and to find the meat. And that's also beautiful in a way, but it's rude. And in a way, I like to think that it's not more rude than what humans do when they practice this kind of like catch and release fishing, which is also it's very similar torture of what you saw in the video.
It's I keep coming back to this idea that you talk about that kind of schizophrenic relationship to nature that the Finnish have. I think that's true in many places.
Not Finnish, but let's say the modern society, or many people.
But it's also the kind of ironies of having, wanting to support green energy, but then green energy is a direct threat to the self-determination. So can you speak a little bit about that? Because that's driving a project that you're working on now too.
Yeah, that is interesting. There's some kind of like a collective obliviousness or blindness, like that. For me, this just sort of shows that the Nordic nation states, the governments, the societies, they're completely ignorant about the long history of the settler colonialism and colonialism of the Sámi land. Because if they understood it, if they were aware of it, I don't think they would ever even imagine of outsourcing all these green shift energy projects on our lands. But because they're still stuck, after centuries and centuries, they're still stuck in this mindset that like the Sámi people's land are vacant and no man's land. Because my people, we lived there for thousands and thousands of years without leaving the kind of traces that the other cultures of the Nordic countries could understand as traces of actually human cultures occupying this land, because we occupied the lands. The philosophy was to move on these lands and occupy them without leaving traces.
Yeah, we come from the same kind of culture as well. But I think that ultimately it's sold as a good thing, but the question of demand is never asked, right? Like on the side of the culture that's has to keep chasing energy everywhere.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, I could have approached this from many angles, but I also it's hard for me to understand why we are always so technology. I mean, we as a modern society, not we as indigenous society, but why the solution is always technological rather than systemic. Although we think about the so-called green shift as a systemic change, but I don't think it is. I think it's just this kind of another new chapter in the history of whatever we call it, capitalism and colonialism, where we always sort of, when we start to think that there is like some dead end somewhere, some problem that's going to cause like global scale environmental problems, we fix that by creating a new technology that creates a new problem and so on, and we think that that's always the solution, and we don't sort of have the capacity to look back and rethink and understand that from historical perspective it's not necessarily always the solution, and we should be a little bit careful, and we should be able to think and find completely different kind of systemic solutions and changes.
This leads me into the kind of crux of the work you're working on now, thinking about the new Sámi bill that wasn't passed and the connection between who is considered to be Sámi and how the lands will be developed and who gets to decide how those lands are developed. And they're the kind of combination of needing a new definition, in a way a stricter definition, in order to protect the lands.
Yes. Yes, so...
Start at the beginning in terms of the law, because no one, people may not know anything about it.
So the Finnish Sámi Parliament law, or whatever is the official English translation of that, I don't know. But basically the law in where the definition of a Sámi is sort of written into in that law. And that law the old law is from 1996, and it has been, the Sámi people, we've been criticizing it ever since, because it was in that legal developing process of that law, we needed to do so many compromises that the self-determination of Sámi people got sort of watered down, which was not originally such a big problem, but then it sort of grew a bigger and bigger problem, and the snowball sort of started rolling, where actually what happened, as crazy as it sounds, but more and more non-Sámi people that the Sámi community does not recognize as Sámi people or as indigenous, sort of pushed into the electoral role of the Sámi parliament, and also entered the Sámi parliament itself. I'm actually also vice representative of the Finnish Sámi parliament at the moment, so I have this very strange roles. I'm also, sometimes I have to jump into shoes of politician all of a sudden. The Sámi parliament, the Sámi society has been trying to push this law to be changed so that we would have a new law that would secure the self-determination of the Sámi people as it is supposed to be according to international law. So the old law has been criticized since 1990s, also by CERT and United Nations High Commission of Human Rights and so on. So it's sort of considered violating international law and Sámi people's human rights by international organs representing international law and the interpretation of international law. And now recently, sorry for such a long answer.
No.
So recently, very recently, this new law proposal almost, because there's going to be elections in Finland now quite soon, and the still existing government promised to try to help to push this new law before the elections, but now it did not happen because some of the political parties, because of their very aggressive anti-Sámi lobbying, and because of the strong lobbying of these, which I call fake Sámi people who are already in the Sámi parliament. So it's a very complicated topic, very difficult to talk about, very difficult to explain.
So one of the parts that I find interesting, because I hadn't really looked at it before, is that Laplander criteria that's in the original law, which is based on what you do, right? Like an occupation kind of thing. And then people being able to use that to claim being Sámi, even though it doesn't work.
Well, it's more complex than that. So there's no...
always is, but we got to start somewhere.
So yes, in the old law, there is one paragraph and that is the problematic paragraph, that a person who is marked as a person who was paying so-called Lap tax or Laplander tax in historical documents, we're talking about documents from 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, documents that were kept by the Swedish crown, because most of the Sámi area was under the rule of the Swedish crown at that time. And so in the Finnish law, and this has been the problematic paragraph, that if you find one ancestor from 1700s who was marked as a payer of the Lap tax, you could sort of apply for the status to be a Sámi, which is really problematic because the experts of legal history in Finland have very clearly stated that this notion in these old tax registers doesn't say anything about this person's ethnicity, only their livelihood. And already as early as 1700s, there were Finnish settlers who had adopted Sámi livelihoods because they had to also, because they wouldn't survive in the Sámi land without the reindeer, without hunting and so on. So this doesn't mean it's not the proof of the cultural identity or the ethnicity of these forefathers. And even if these forefathers were Sámi, if this family assimilated already in the 1800s and there's just this one ancestral line, it does, in my understanding, it doesn't really, or our understanding collectively as a Sámi people, it doesn't make these people Sámi.
Like we're having this kind of problem beginning in Canada now because of our previous Prime Minister, where there has been, First Nations newly adopted that are almost entirely white folks. There are a few that have lineage, but majority of them are white, and this was done strategically as a way of breaking self-determination and a kind of cohesive thinking that runs across First Nations in terms of land and land protection and defense and water defenders. So I can feel that in this.
And this is interesting because, you told me about this last night when we talked, but before that I had never heard about this, what you just said. And that's totally resonating with what's going on in Finland, and especially in the case of Finland, maybe also a little bit in Sweden and Norway, because this problem also is in some forms existing in Sweden and Norway. So it's not just a Finnish problem; it's a Nordic Sámi problem. So I see it quite clearly that these false claims for indigenous identity in these cases are also connected to this attempt to hinder Sámi people's rights to their land and protecting their land. And in this video clip that we are about to see, I can explain it, but I just finished this first. So, and some of the political parties in Finland, it's kind of clear that they support these fake Sámi or neo-lab movement, whatever you call it, because they connected to the mining industry, to the forest industry, and because it's a very smart strategy, very evil but smart strategy to really try to break the Sámi self-determination and occupy that sort of legal position to shift the indigenous people, so that suddenly you have a Sámi parliament that the Finnish government has to. The Sámi parliament doesn't really even have any real decision-making power, but it's sort of the government has to negotiate with the Sámi parliament about certain kind of industrial developments and excessive land use. So when there is, did you want to see this one or the other video? But this is not with the woman talking, but this is with the dresses. Which one you want to see first?
Let's see the one with the woman talking.
Yeah. So
because there's a kind of violence to this too that you have impressed upon me.
But so just to finish my sentence, so
no, just kidding. Go ahead.
This it's a smart strategy to replace that, even that we sort of, that little power that we have in Finland, that the government has to hear the official voice of the Sámi people, which is the Sámi parliament in Finland. But even this right, they're sort of trying to take away by replacing the Sámi people in the Sámi parliament with the descendants of the settler colonialists. So, however crazy it sounds like. And I've been following this process since 1990s because of my family, my father's job, and I sort of was at the core of the heat when things started to escalate in 1994, 1995, and then this process has just gone. It's that one, the Peltovuoma, the lowest one, that one, yeah? Now we're going to watch this short film, and then I'm going to explain later what happens here. now I have to think, for maybe 4 years ago, just before the previous elections, 4.5 years ago. And it's a meeting with one of the representatives of the Finnish Center Party, member of parliament, quite high profile member of parliament, Markus Lohi, who is having a meeting in the core area of this Neolab movement of these people who claim that they're Sámi. And I wanted to go there and film, and I was so scared for the first, because he was actually late. Markus Lohi, I wouldn't have dared to go there unless I sort of knew him from before personally, so I could sort of demand him to guarantee my safe escape from that house in the worst situation, you know. But he was late because he had a flat tire, so I had to be there I was there 5 minutes before he arrived. And when these people in this meeting realized who I am, the tension started to get really heated, and my hands were shaking, and I was so scared that they're gonna lynch me or something. But then this Finnish politician arrived, and we greeted each other, we shook hands and stuff. But he was quickly taken to the back room for 5 minutes. When he came out, he walked straight to me, and he started to give me this long list of reasons why I'm not allowed to film there or record there. But because I knew that he's a lawyer, I just told him that, hey, this is a public meeting, and you as a lawyer, you know that you cannot possibly stop me from filming here. I'm here because I follow this process and I want to document it, and it's my right to document it. You can decide what you talk, but I'm here to document, and I'm not hiding it. I'm doing it in... Everybody knew that I'm filming there. They asked me why I'm filming. I said, I don't know yet. I don't know what I'm going to do with this material. This material has been waiting now for 5 years in my hard drives. I've shown it to only a few people. It's a 2.5 hour long material. So what happened before this short clip is that these people, they've been talking for 1.5 hours for this politician. A lot of bullshit about the Sámi people and the Sámi parliament, but also trying to sort of prove how and why they are Sámi, and why they are the real Sámi, and why people like me and my family and others, we came from Romania or from Sweden or Norway or whatever, but we came from somewhere and they were always there. So it's this kind of very banal propaganda and so on. But what she says then, because for that moment she kind of forgets that she is Sámi, and then she starts complain about how this can just play in the background,
But just to explain what it is for 1 second, that it's the representations, right? It's not it's the neo-lab folks.
Well, and also real Sámi in this lower image here. But I just finished quickly. So this old lady in this video, she was so upset that the Finnish state-owned forestry enterprise Metsähallitus cannot do what they want in the Sámi lands, they cannot practice the forest industry as excessively as they would like to, because the Sámi people are always objecting. So it's like that moment when she forgets that she's actually supposed to be Sámi, but then she's revealing the true face and saying that it's so horrible that forest industry can't do what they want because the Sámi people can't stop it. And this sort of reveals the whole structure. These images, they are from my short video lecture I gave in 2017 at the Ihmepäivät at Helsinki. Or it was this video greeting that I sent to them. I pre-recorded because I couldn't go. And I'm just sort of the sound is off because I'm talking in Finnish and you wouldn't understand, but I'm sort of opening up the history, like some kind of my understanding of how, especially in the case of Finland, because I'm genuinely also interested. I'm not just interested in this process of the fake Sámi and this stolen indigenous identity, but I'm interested to try to investigate where does it come from, what's the motivation, what's the history, what's this collective psychology behind this. And this photo is from 2008 demonstration in Rovaniemi against the use of the Sámi symbols and fake Sámi costumes in Finnish Finnish tourism industry. This is still images from a Finnish artist who made a video artwork that was shown in Kiasma, which is in collections of Kiasma, the Museum of Contemporary Art in Finland, Helsinki, that the Sámi people found very offensive. And
to put it mildly.
Yes. And the interesting thing was that when the Sámi people reacted to this, I found it very interesting how the Finnish institution reacted. That instead of, because I felt that they sort of would have had the responsibility of sort of hosting these kind of important and discourses around topics like this, like also cultural appropriation of Sámi culture in art, for example. But instead of that, they went in a complete defense mode, and they were just defending that. Oh, but we have the right to show this work because it's our collections. And the artist said that, oh, but it's not about Sámi culture. The Sámi people have misunderstood. This work has nothing to do with Sámi. So and I'm also trying to think, what does this mean? What does it tell about Finland that in 2017 the Museum of Contemporary Art is so scared that they don't even have the courage to enter that discourse with the Sámi community? And I think it's really sad. These are images of famous Finnish politicians who are dressed up in Sámi fake clothes, and other academic people who are creating this nonsense narrative of the non-status Sámi people, and so on and so on. I'm just sort of, and this is another Finnish politicians who were at the reception of the presidential palace, Finnish Independence Day, dressed up as Sámi, but they were Finnish. These are Finnish comedians in an old sketch dressed up as Sámi. So in my talk, I was I left from the these people are not Sámi. We would never wear our clothes in such ugly way. We would never make them like this. Is, you can tell immediately, even though this dress that he's wearing a little bit resembles my villages and my family's dress, but you can tell from the aesthetics that it's not Sámi. Also here, it's so strange. And this guy is a famous Finnish politician who's one of the advocates of this movement, who is like, why is he posting pictures of himself on social media dressed up as a Sámi? But in this long talk, and this is a poster by a Sámi artist group called Suohpan Terror, who commented on this case with the video art piece. And okay, I guess I was also, I don't remember what I said in this part when I was referring to this Russian performance artist that you maybe know. But nevertheless, so in this talk, I opened up in Finland, in the case of Finland, the settlers who settled in Sámi land, some of them started practicing reindeer herding already in 1700s and 1800s. Another artwork which is that appropriates Sámi culture that I never heard anybody criticizing this artwork, but that's another story.
Remember, it was supposed to play in the background while we talked?
Sorry.
You're getting totally distracted by it.
I forgot. but so these people who began working, who sort of borrowed the reindeer herd from the Sámi people in 1700s, 1800s, but were Finnish people. They also borrowed Sámi clothes. That's what you saw in the very beginning of this video. They started wearing kind of Sámi-ish clothes, but not real Sámi clothes, but something made in the same fashion and same materials, but also something that totally doesn't match with the indigenous sense of aesthetics. And then when we come to 1950s, 1960s, Finnish tourist entrepreneurs, especially in Rovaniemi, which is my current hometown, started posing for tourists dressed up as Laplanders or as Sámi people, but also in this mostly in fake. These are real Sámi people at the Alta demonstrations, 1970s. Anyways, so and these also are real Sámi people from Kautokeino region, probably my relatives. So.
Focus on this tourism question because you have made work about it.
I think that there was like this slide from this maybe harmless cultural loan of some elements of the Sámi culture in order to survive for these settlers, but then it sort of slid into this appropriation of Sámi culture by the tourist industry, which maybe also people considered harmless. Also many Sámi people were offended by that already in 1960s, 1970s, and some people wrote articles about as early as 1970s and 1980s, 1990s. Also my parents about criticizing the cultural appropriation of Sámi culture in Finnish tourism industry. But and I think all this, both in the case of the artist who made this video artwork and the case of this Neolab movement, sort of, although the motivation is a little bit different, in the case of this artist, I think she just sort of was totally clueless of what she was doing, but what she was doing was like the habit of the country in a way, because you're so used to it that maybe it's a bit similar to, wearing like Indian headdress or like Native American.
It is. I mean, we here in North America, I mean, the tradition of playing Indian is from the beginning of colonialism to now. And
this is one aspect. I think also that it was sort of fashionable. It was fun. It was like to play Sámi. So people did that, like famous people did that, like famous writer Annikki Setälä, and so on. Like it was a custom. But then at the turn of 1980s, 1990s, it became a political anti-Sámi weapon, which is really like this shift to the most ugly and most violent and most like use of cultural this cultural appropriation, which is not just any more offensive, but is actually targeted to really like harm our political and legal situation and to sort of help to open up, like to increase the assimilation process ever more.
I would argue that it probably always was that, because all these kinds of representations have the material effect of reducing us to a caricature, right? That has no sense of language, law, land, blah, 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 just reduces and reduces. Yeah, like you were saying, they really love us when we sing and dance, but they don't like it when we want to assert our sovereignty.
Exactly. Yeah. This is how it feels to be Sámi in the Nordic countries, that you're as long as you are a beautiful decoration, and even that is sort of defined by others, then you're okay. But when your culture actually begins to mean something, like with connection to land, then we're not welcome anymore.
So on that note, we're going to play the last video of the doll. Do you want to set it up or just let it play and then...
We just let it play.
I wanted to leave an opportunity for you guys to ask questions, so see, with my perfect sense of time, we do have 10 minutes. I'm just patting myself on the back. So if you're okay with it, you can feel free to say no. But if there are questions out here, now's your chance. Yep, do it. Oh, yes. Okay.
Thanks for the great conversation. I wanted to ask you, Matti, what do you think is the role of the artist, like with the political impact with your works?
Art can have many different roles, and I think art also has to be free to have many different roles. So I don't like, as an artist and as an indigenous artist, I don't necessarily think that art has to be this or has to be that or has to have a certain role. I think art can be what it is and what the artist, either what the artist wants it to be, but also the artwork can be many things that the artist doesn't want it to be. Like sometimes I also like if my own artwork sort of sometimes gets a little bit out of my hands and becomes something else than I didn't think of, or which is also scary because at some moment, like an artwork that you thought was soft and harmless becomes a powerful weapon. So for me personally, I don't like. Maybe I'm also a little bit of an activist, but I feel like I'm also not, or I don't really have an activist identity. I'm close to many activists and artists who work as artists and activists, but I like, at least what I'm sort of like trying to do is, maybe it's also sort of an activism. Of course, we can debate what is activism, but like I like to try to be a little bit more like, and I don't know if I am successful with that, but I want to try to be a little bit more subtle in my art. I want to try to like create art that is a bit more open for interpretation and different angles, and it's sometimes just more hinting and pointing to some direction instead of like preaching to your face.
Hi, I have a question that's come from the chat for you, Matti. Can tourism have any kind of positive impact for Indigenous communities in Sámi land? The landscapes have intrinsic value, but can this value be accessed in a sustainable manner?
Good question, difficult to answer. I personally am very critical to tourism on Sámi land, but that's also because the tourism in Finland particular, but then also Norway, because the Norwegian side, they were so jealous to the Finns, how the Finns managed to really market the Finnish Lapland and sell it so well to the Chinese and everybody. and it's a really, really big business these days. My current hometown, Rovaniemi, has totally become this town for tourists. It's not. It doesn't have a identity of its own anymore, and so I think there should be some limits. Like I think that Sámi land is not that big in the end. So we've lost so big parts of it, with so big parts has been drowned and whatever and occupied by others. So I personally think that there should be a limit. We should be able to just say that we have to put some limits to the tourism. It cannot just grow and grow and grow. As the local politicians in northern Finland, that's what they want. They want it to grow and grow and grow. And I am against that. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's going to be good for anyone in the long run. Of course, there can be ways of sustainable tourism, and there are, but that's a whole different discussion.
I just wanted to add, too, that I think one of the routes that you're going down now in terms of thinking about people's relationship to nature and its separation from culture, I think that's the underlying basis of why this kind of tourism exists. So if we change the relationship, you know, to the land, to each other, to animals and all that stuff, I think that desire would shift.
Yes, you're right. And I still want to add that I think if there is tourism on Sámi lands, it should be practiced on Sámi terms. And I think the Sámi people should have the right to say, for example, how many tourists we want to have in our area, as the government is already controlling us. Like the government is saying that you're only allowed to have so and so many reindeer here. You're not allowed to have more than this. So then we should also have the right. This is actually what my father said already 30 years ago. He said it literally like that. He said that then we, the Sámi, we should have the right to, that it's wrong that the government is controlling the number of our reindeer, but we cannot control the number of tourists coming to our land. And we can't. I think we should.
Matti, I have a question for you. Thank you for this really good overview. I saw your exhibition at the Finnish National Museum, and what was really great, well, the exhibition was fantastic and the work was really compelling. But what was great about that exhibition was that the museum made the decision to repatriate the artworks back to Sámi. And I think this was quite a groundbreaking thing that the Finnish National Museum had done. And I believe they have been sent back to a certain museum under the auspices of the Sámi community themselves, which I think maybe you can talk a little bit about. But the other question I want to ask, which is a more difficult question, is regarding the political situation that we are dealing with in Finland, with the parliament having kind of really missed an opportunity to, or sabotage the opportunity to give Sámi their rightful position in the parliament. What is the transnational approach Sámi communities are taking? Because obviously Sámi exist in many, many Nordic countries, and do you see some kind of transnational Nordic pact, or also perhaps using the International Criminal Court or other mechanisms that are global to enforce indigenous Sámi rights on these lands?
Yeah, these are relevant questions. If I first talk about this, what you asked, your second question. So, first of all, I'm trying to say this also to my Sámi friends, that we don't need to cry that this bill was not passed, because already that law proposal had so many compromises and was so watered down that I'm not sure which one even would have been better. I know that many Sámi people have been very loudly in media and social media saying that this is like a catastrophe, that the law didn't pass. I don't actually agree with them at the moment, based on the knowledge that I have. Of course, sometimes we also don't really know what would have been better, because it's hard to predict future. I think that I've been thinking about that these past weeks very much, that I feel like, first I say that the history of this kind of like a transnational Sámi political organization, it's old. It has a long history. There's much older history, of course, but then, you know, the Sámi Council, this international umbrella NGO, was... I have a hard time remembering years, but let's say, I hope I'm not terribly wrong if I say that it was established in 1958, but you can check it on Wikipedia. And Sámi Council has been really important organization, like international Sámi organization, before the establishment of the national Sámi parliaments, and it still is. It has a super important role. But I'm thinking that seeing what happened with this Fusen, with this wind power park case, and seeing what is happening in Finland, seeing what happened with the Sámi Parliament Act, I think now it would be really the time for the Sámi communities in Finland, Sweden, and Norway. Russia, unfortunately, is a case of its own, and the reason why I don't mention Russia here is just because the situation at the moment is so difficult that it's maybe we don't have time to talk about that. But now I feel like we would really need to, again, in the Nordic countries, start talking about like a real international Sámi parliament that would actually have some real decision-making power, that would actually have some kind of like a real sovereignty, because the Fusen case is an example of what, even though the Norwegian legal system is so independent that they had the courage to make a verdict for the Sámi favor, but when the Nordic nation states themselves don't know how to obey those verdicts and the international law, which is already protecting our lands, our rights to the lands, then I think we should actually demand that we need like a real parliament of our own that actually has this power to decide on the land use of Sámi land.
I just want to thank you. As you all know, we've walked down the complex, deep paths and multiple directions that your work goes and who you are, and it's an honor to know you, and it's an honor to converse with you today. Thank you. So I left 2 minutes for closing remarks.
It's good. We can do it in 2 minutes. Yes, Yes. So I'm Jussi Koitela, head of program at Frame Contemporary Art Finland. The room is echoing, so yeah, it's kind of hard to concentrate. I don't know, how do you be surviving with the mic? But let's see. Just quickly saying some remarks and notes from the conversations, and some thanks. So Frame started to work with this notion of hospitality in 2019, as Yvonne mentioned earlier. And from the beginning, we've seen it as not some kind of solution for maybe sustainable or better institutional practices, but a way of opening of a challenge or problem and kind of complicate it, as Yvonne mentioned, complicate the institution and its programming and its relationships to others, partners, individuals and artists, organizations and nation state maybe, which is what is now here discussed. Frame is also, in the title, it's Finland, so that it's kind of nation-state supported organization, and it should represent nation-state somehow and its art scene. And this makes it, of course, very problematic to work in relationship to indigeneity, and that has been something what we understood from the beginning, and actually in relation to hospitality. And I'm kind of now thinking about all day, and also before that, like this question of like hosting and guest, being host and guest, and having this power dynamics and relationship division into two roles or two positions in this power structure makes also the question of like whose land or space or area you are hosting who, and when can you even speak about the hospitality. So maybe related to TARP and what Matti mentioned about the role of the TARP of hiding things or cleaning things away. So maybe the hospitality can be also a way of hiding things or cleaning things away, which we haven't been kind of doing, but maybe in purpose, but that might be also the challenge or how it operates. Maybe something picking up quickly from the conversation, which makes the maybe this helps us to not to hide things away or work more work toward future oriented. I was thinking maybe three things. Elina and Karoline mentioned about kind of the artist or institutional practices hosting artists so that they can change the institutions themselves at the same time and work together. Or Elina was mentioning this artist residency relationship to music festival, what they are working with. And then one other thing was mentioned also in the conversation later was redistribution, which is very dear to me as a term been last year, and also this question of resources and how to redistribute them, and also almost like a decentralize or displace the institution itself and its resources, what it used and governs through different models. Maybe it's the art and the kind of course, with the practices coming from the indigenous context and lifestyles are ways of like learning from towards that. And then maybe what was mentioned also related to that was really nice, this question of like that all the institutions doesn't need to decolonize, you can also just stop them or like wipe them off or wipe their funding off and have some other kind of forms of institutions. Which maybe was mentioned quickly by Emily, I think so. Yeah, so this is what stayed with me, of course, many other things, but maybe Carin is doing a better job of, but I'm just saying thanks for something before giving it to you. I just want to thank all the speakers, all of our partners, Vera List Center, Finnish Cultural Institute, also saying that Frame was supported by, and this programming supported by Ministry of Culture and Education in Finland, and also we are part of currently of the EU-funded or European Union-funded network called Kinship, Islands of Kinship. Kinship was also mentioned in the conversation, but which was nice to kind of could come back to that also. And then just mentioning that Together Again project is funded by Finnish Culture Foundation and Vihuri Foundation. What else? And then just quickly at the end saying that Rehearsing Hospitalities is like this is the last events of the whole program, and it comes to end with the exhibition called Moon in the Mouth in Oslo, organized with Young Artist Society UKS. It's curated by Max Hannus, curator based in Helsinki, and we organize also a workshop or a summer school called I Consent, and this kind of brings things into kind of a question of access and intimacy and institutional work with the partners and artists. Yes, many things other could be mentioned, but thanks a lot for everyone who's been here and all the partners and speakers. Been really good to hear, to listen. Yvonne said to me in the break that this was the best conversation what we had. So I feel also good about that. So I just wanted to say that. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Jussi, Koitela. I have the pleasure of closing this event and also inviting you over to the event cafe just behind these walls for a drink. Here, it's here. Okay, great. My name is Carin. I'm the director of the Vera List Center, and we've had the enormous pleasure of working with Frame at the Finnish Cultural Institute for, I think, close to a year, and just a few very, very precious days with Matti Aikio. So it's been incredible to learn from Matti's practice through him, through his partner organizations, and to also connect or try to establish connections to partners that we have here in the city, namely the fantastic organizations that were presented in the morning. So in closing, I'd like to acknowledge Jussi, Koitela, and Yvonne Billimore from the Frame Contemporary Art Finland Fund, and Elina Waage, who is Director of Programs at the Finnish Cultural Institute. I also would like to express my deep appreciation to Eriola Pira, Curator and Director of Programs, who curated today's events in collaboration with the partners. There's something to be said for pronouncing names, or at least trying to. So I just want to put these names in the space, because the people who bear them and carry them were such important contributors to my modestly growing knowledge or understanding of what we're actually facing. They are Emily Johnson and Ali Rosa-Salas. Thank you very much. S.J Norman and Anna Beatriz Sepúlveda, and Elina Waage Mikalsen and Karoline Trollvik. Thank you very, very much for joining us. We were also enriched by Monica, your introduction to this afternoon's panel, and again, deep appreciation to Matti and to Wanda Nanibush, who we've had the honor of working on together for a number of years. I would like to acknowledge the New School faculty councils, the facility councils, the AV services, security services, public programs, support systems, the space planning organization or office, and from archive captioning, I'd just like to thank Brooke Silvas once more. Culture Hub is the people who preserve what we have produced or gathered in this space today, and our genius Apollinario, our photographer, is doing the same with the camera. Very briefly, the Vera List Center is a small team, but it's a joy to be together with 5 colleagues every day, sometimes online and sometimes in the office these days. Eriola Pira, I mentioned there's Adrian Ume, who is our Director of Operations and Budget, and joined by other team members, Camila Palomino, the Curatorial Assistant, Real Christian, the Assistant Director of Editorial Initiatives, and Tabor Banker, who is our Director of Strategy and Advancement. As I always am inclined to say or acknowledge, none of this can happen without funders. We are supported by a board of trustees, or a board of advisors, I should say, and it's a pleasure that Alan Michelson is here with us tonight. We also are supported by numerous foundations. They are the Andy Warhol Foundation for the Visual Arts, the Boris Lurie Art Foundation, Bridge Philanthropic Consulting, Dayton Foundation, the Ford Foundation, the Italian Council, the Mellon Foundation, the Native Arts and Cultures Foundation, and Prior Cashman. And I mention them recognizing that various types of resources make an institution. So there's the team, there is the building, there's the larger organization, there are the funders, and then there is all of you. So in closing, my goal, what I'm trying to take away from today, is to look at the components and the relationships that make an organization differently, and not let the necessity or the draw or the pull of money be the primary paradigm. With that, let's raise a glass to our artists and partners and to you. Thank you very much. And I forgot, we have a little temporary bookstore, a pop-up bookstore over there. There's several books available for purchase, and one of them is called Studies into Darkness, and it actually addresses freedom of speech, which came up in Wanda and Matti's conversation. Anyway, thank you again.